This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you and good morning. It is 9:01 a.m. on Monday, July 19, 2021, and I welcome you to the start of session 27 in the appeal hearing on UZDP 2019-00562. For those members of the public who have not been with us from the very start of this hearing a week ago today, let me provide a slightly more formal introduction to the case. This is an appeal hearing regarding application UZDP 2019-00562. The appellants are STCA LLC and STCJV1 LLC. Their lead attorney in this proceeding is Ms. Duana Koloshkova. The respondent is the City of Sammamish's Community Development Department. Its lead attorney in this proceeding is Peter Eglick. As promised in the notice of hearing and other pre-hearing materials, we start today with public testimony. Let me indicate that the hearing has not concluded. Once the public testimony is over today, we will be going back to have redirect of one of the city's witnesses. This will be the only time for public testimony. Witnesses will be limited to 5 minutes each. Time is not cumulative and may not be traded or given to another witness. I will be assisted in this part of our hearing by Cynthia Schaff. She is a paralegal in the city manager's office, and one of her work assignments is to serve as the hearing examiner clerk. An in-person hearing would have a sign-in register, and I would call names for public testimony in the order that people signed in on the register. We obviously are not able to have a sign-in register today, so I'm going to call names in the order that your thumbnails appear on my screen. Frankly, I don't know enough about the inner workings of GoToMeeting to know whether everybody's thumbnail array is the same as mine. I kind of think it probably isn't. So don't count on your depiction to try and figure out who's going to be speaking next, because I'll be using the lineup that's on my screen. I will call you by whatever label you have assigned to yourself when you signed in. If it's only a first name, please understand that once I know your full name, I will call you by your last name. To speed things along, when I finish these explanatory comments, please activate your video if you want to testify. Please do not activate your audio until I ask you to do so. And that will be on a one person at a time basis. When I call on you, then you will unmute your microphone, raise your right hand. I will administer the oath to you. I will then ask you to state and spell your full name and to provide your contact information. For those of you who have done a hearing with us at City Hall before, you realize that on the sign-in sheet there is a place on the line for you to put your contact information, your email address or your postal address. Again, since we don't have the sign-in sheet, we need to get that information from you before you testify. I would encourage you, as many as are willing, to provide your email address instead of your postal address because of the problems with the COVID situation. It is a lot easier for not only this city, but all the cities that I work with have felt the same way to distribute documents and decisions via email. Besides, you get it a lot quicker that way. So after you give your name and spell it, I will then ask you to provide your contact information. And once you've given it, I will ask Ms. Schaff if she understands it and has it accurately. She may even want to read it back to you to make sure that she has it correct. I will then give you the go-ahead to start your testimony. Your 5 minutes will start at that time. When you reach 5 minutes, Ms. Schaff will say, politely but firmly, I hope, time's up. And when you hear that, I would ask you to start promptly wrapping up your comments, and I will help you in that regard as necessary. You may submit a written statement or written materials if you wish to. Tell me before you start your testimony if you intend to submit a written statement. I will reserve an exhibit number for your submittal. You must email your submittal to Ms. Schaff by no later than 5 p.m. this Wednesday, the 21st. Ms. Schaff's business email address is, I'll say it first and then I will spell it and then I will phonetically spell it. It is cschaff@sammamish.us. That is CSCHAFF@sammamish.us. And phonetically, it's Charlie, Sierra, Charlie, Hotel, Alpha, Foxtrot, Foxtrot at sammamish.us. I trust I don't have to spell Sammamish for you folks. Any materials received after 5 p.m. on Wednesday will not be able to be accepted. I hope I don't need to remind you that this is an appeal hearing. The question that is before me is whether community development erred in denying STCA's Unified Zone Development Plan application, otherwise known as a UZDP application. This is not a hearing about the pros and cons of the adopted town center plan. Please limit your testimony to the UZDP application that has been appealed. Okay, let us get started with public testimony. And I will apologize right up top that my pronunciation of your names may not do them justice. I will try to do better once I've heard you say it. So the first one that I have on my screen is Kent Soggy. Mr. Soggy, if you wish to testify, please turn on your mic and activate your video feed. If you don't wish to testify, turn on your mic and tell me that too. Mr. Soggy, are you there? I'm going to skip Mr. Soggy because he's not responding. I'm going to make a note. I'll try to remember to come back and check for him later. Elliott Glass. Does Elliott Glass wish to testify?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you turn on your video?
I do not have a camera.
Oh, okay. Would you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swear.
Thank you. And would you tell us your name and how to spell it, please?
I'm Elliott Glass, ELLIOTT GLASSE.
Thank you, Ms. Glass. Uh, what contact address would you like the city to use in sending materials to you?
I live at 2002 251st Place Southeast.
And what is the zip code, please?
98075.
Ms. Schaff, do you want to read that back to her and see if we've gotten it correctly?
Yes, I have 2022 251st Place Southeast 98075. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now I wrote down 2002 and Ms. Schaff said 2022. Which of us
It's
is correct?
2002.
2002. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Okay, you may begin.
Please uphold the denial of the STCA application. I believe in our code and the people that planned it. The code is a guideline to keep the development responsible and sustainable for our community. The new plans do not respect the original green spine and wildlife corridors and tree retention plans. This is irresponsible and will cost the city more money to maintain their added non-native plants by sucking up resources to keep them alive. The non-native plants will require more staff, more water, more energy, and more time to maintain. Please uphold the denial of the STCA application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, the next one on my screen is Ms. Schaff, so I skip her. The next one is HCMP, and I do believe that's one of Ms. Koloshkeva's associates. Is that right?
That's correct.
May I skip that person?
Yes, thank you. Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
The next thumbnail I have on my screen is Mr. Eglick. I will skip him. Next is Logan Glass. Is Logan Glass here, and do you wish to testify?
Yeah,
Okay, please speak up. Your voice is rather soft.
I do wish to testify.
Okay. Do you also not have a camera?
Yeah, I don't have a camera.
Okay. Well, I'll raise my right hand, and I trust you're raising yours. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you. And would you spell your name for us?
LOGANGLASSE.
Thank you. May I make a wild guess that your address is the same as Elliott Glass's?
Yeah,
Okay. And would you prefer to get things via postal mail as opposed to email?
sure.
Okay. I mean, you don't have to have the same choice she had.
It's
You
alright.
can choose. You can choose email if you want.
I'm fine.
You're fine. Okay. Okay. You may begin.
I request that you uphold the denial of the STCA application. The STCA is not following code, and that will hurt our city in the long run. Code is important to protect our citizens' city safety and character. We are in the middle of a climate crisis, and this project is not maintaining the original vision and requirements of tree retention and natural habitat that will help us manage through the climate crisis. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Glass.
Thank you.
Next on my screen is Karen Moran. Does Karen Moran wish to testify? Does Karen Moran wish to testify? I'm going to skip Karen Moran. Next on my screen, let's see, Dean Williams. They keep moving around. Every time somebody comes or goes, the pictures jump around on the screen. They're a little disconcerting. You start to read a name and all of a sudden it's gone. Okay, Karen Moran, I think, is trying to get my attention. You don't have audio. Is that what you're telling me? Okay, I don't read sign language, so the hand gestures aren't doing me any good. And I can't fix your computer. So may I suggest you submit a written statement? Okay? If you can get your audio to work before we're through the list, I'll come back. But otherwise, I'd suggest submitting a written statement. Okay? Thank you. I did understand I read the lips to say okay. That I could read. Thank you, ma'am. Let's see. Dean Williams is an associate of Ms. Koloshkovich, right? Yes. Okay, so I'll skip that. Kent Treen. There you are. Very good, sir. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Would you spell your name, or excuse me, state your name and tell us how to spell it?
Kent Treen, Kent Treen.
Thank you, Mr. Treen. And what would you like used as a contact address for you?
Email address is coachtreen@aol.com. That's COACHTREEN @AOL.com.
Ms. Schaff, would you read that back to him and let's confirm that it's accurate?
Yes, it's COACHTREEN @AOL.com.
Correct.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may begin.
So I believe that the city staff of Sammamish did not err in denying the application. And so I ask you to uphold the denial. And then the second part of this would be that my wife will also be submitting written application to Ms. Schaff. And I didn't know if she needed to get some specialized number or item for that, as you stated earlier, Mr. Galt.
Since she's not testifying today, we'll just assign a number to it when it shows up.
Okay.
Okay?
Very much for your time.
You're welcome, sir. Let's see. Next is Anant Kartik Mathal. Does that person wish to testify? Do you wish to testify, sir? Okay, could you turn your audio on? Click the second button there, and there we go. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you tell us your name and how to spell it?
My name is Anant Mathal, spelled ANANT. Last name is MITHAL. My preferred contact is anantmithal@gmail.com. That is ANANTMITHAL@gmail.com.
Okay. Ms. Schaff, go ahead.
Thank you. I have ANANTMITHAL@gmail.com. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Mr. Mathal, you may begin.
I have a question before I start. I have already submitted written testimony. Do I need a number?
Ms. Schaff, have you received something from Mr. Mathal?
Yes.
I believe she
Yes,
has.
I have.
I got a reply from her.
Yes, I did.
Okay, we will assign exhibit number 9030
9030. Great. Thank you.
to Mr. Mathal's statement. Now, suffice it to say, I haven't seen it yet. Yours and all the others that come in by Wednesday, Ms. Schaff will make sure to get onto the city's website for the exhibits in this case, and then I'll be able to read them then.
Understood.
Okay. Do you have testimony that's beyond what's in your written statement that you'd like to offer this morning?
It is the same. I would like the appeal denied and that the city staff should follow the code and maintain the code.
Okay, well, since I'll have a chance to read it in full, unless you really insist, there's no reason for you to read it to us this morning.
That is perfect.
Okay.
I will now turn off my microphone and my video.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mathal. Next on my screen is Don Gerund. Does Mr. Gerund wish to testify today? There you are, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please tell us your name and how to spell it.
My name is Don Gerund, Dongerend.
Okay, thank you, sir. And what contact address would you like us to use?
Use my email, which is don@gerund.com.
Ms. Schaff?
And I have don@gerend.com. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Mr. Gerund, you may begin.
Okay. My name is Don Gerund, and my family has been in Sammamish since 1979. We have felt the need for a gathering place in this city of subdivisions since we moved here, and certainly since incorporation in 1999. I was on the original city council that incorporated Sammamish and was on the council for 19 years, including 4 times as mayor. When the developer STCA came forth and aggregated most of the town center area and used the nationally renowned firm of Shook Kelly to develop the mixed-use project, I was delighted. We might actually see the dream come to fruition. I have been listening to the hearing all this past week, and it is clear that the applicant has put a lot of effort into designing a project that is very much in line with the town center vision that the council and the community put together and incorporated into the comprehensive plan. The city engaged collaboratively in the 3 previously approved UZDP projects, and I passionately asked the examiner to remand the decision back to the city with recommendations for how to engage more collaboratively with the developer to move forward with the UZDP. I would like to disclose that I have absolutely no interest in any property in the town center, nor in the developer entities involved in the projects in the town center. I am simply a 41-year resident of
Excuse me.
Sammamish.
I apologize for interrupting you. You're breaking up.
I see.
Well, we've had, since you've been with us along, you know we've had these hiccups every so often. Your
Yes.
voice is perfectly clear to me. There's a gremlin hanging about.
Okay, I'm almost done.
Okay.
I did want to say that I am simply a 41-year resident of Sammamish who would love to see available housing and conveniences developed such that we might continue to live here as we grow older, which is happening whether we like it or not. Thank you. And I did submit a written statement, so Ms. Schaff should have that.
Thank you, Mr. Gerund. Ms. Schaff, do you have that statement?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we did not hear the last part of that. I apologize.
Mr. Gerund said that he had submitted a written statement and that he expected you had a copy of it.
We still cannot hear you.
Mr. Eglick is saying they can't hear me. I'm convinced the problem is with the lash up at City Hall and not with Certainly not with me and not with Mr. Gerund, because you can hear me, can't you, Mr. Gerund?
Yes, I hear
Ms.
you.
Koloshevika, yeah, Ms. Koloshevika can hear. It's the City Hall lash up. And for those who aren't involved, I say that not disparagingly at all, but they have multiple people there with multiple microphones, and they're hooking it all up through the city's PA system into one source into GoToMeeting. We'll just pause for a second here. And Mr. Eglick, you're still not hearing us? Apparently not. He would have responded.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I hear you fine. Loud and clear.
Can you hear the witness fine?
Mr. Gerund? Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, are you using one of the city mics, or are you using just your computer mic?
I am just using the city mic.
Oh, you have the only mic that's working then.
And the witness, was that properly recorded?
My gut feeling would be, and it's just that, a gut feeling, that the GoToMeeting recording is going to have Mr. Gerund's statement loud and clear. And everything Schaff has said is going to be loud and clear. But the few times I've heard Mr. Eglick, the only time I've been able to hear him is as a faint sound in the background when Ms. Schaff has had her microphone on.
And we can.
I've just turned on my microphone. I was actually asking Ms. Schaff if you could hear her, but okay, yeah. I now have my microphone on. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Okay. The problem is that we couldn't hear what Mr. Gerund was saying, or actually what you were saying.
But you can now.
Now it's now fine. I
haven't touched a thing, folks. My hand hasn't been near that keyboard. And I'm not known for ESP. Yeah. So I didn't make a change with my brain waves.
I am concerned because Mr. Gerund is a litigant against the city, so it might have been different for example, the Glass participants, but I would have liked to hear what Mr. Gerund had to say.
Okay, well, you can hear us now.
Yes.
Okay. First off, before I forget it, Ms. Schaff, do you have a copy of Mr. Gerund's written submittal?
Yes, I do.
Okay. We will enter that as Exhibit 9031. 9031.
I have that.
Okay. Now, Mr. Gerund, your statement was short enough that I don't mind taking the time to let you reread it, if you don't mind, sir.
No, that's fine.
Okay. And Mr. Eglick, if at any point in this his voice stops coming through, wave at us or something.
I'll send up a flare.
Okay. Mr. Gerund.
It's fortunate that I wrote it down. My name is Don Gerund, and my family has been in Sammamish since 1979. We have felt the need for a gathering place in this city of subdivisions since we moved here, and certainly since incorporation in 1999. I was on the original city council that incorporated Sammamish and was on the council for 19 years, including 4 times as mayor. When the developer, STCA, came forth and aggregated most of the town center area and used the nationally renowned firm of Shook Kelly to develop the mixed-use project, I was delighted. We might actually see the dream come to fruition. I have been listening to the hearing all this past week, and it is clear that the applicant has put a lot of effort into designing a project that is very much in line with the town center vision that the council and community put together and incorporated into the comprehensive plan. The city engaged collaboratively in the 3 previously approved UZDP projects, and I passionately asked the hearing examiner to remand the decision back to the city with recommendations for how to engage more collaboratively with the developer to move forward with the UZDP. I would also like to disclose that I have absolutely no interest in any property in the town center, nor in the developer entities involved in the projects in the town center. I am simply a 41-year resident of Sammamish who would love to see available housing and conveniences developed such that we might continue to live here as we grow older. And I think I mentioned that this is happening whether we like it or not. Thank you.
Thank you. And my recollection was the antecedent of this is the growing older.
Right.
Yes. Okay. Were you able to hear that, Mr. Eglick?
I was. I don't know what the ground rules are. This witness seems to have made some assertions that are outside what I would think would be typical public testimony. And if it's permitted under the rules, I'd like to ask him just a couple of questions.
No. No. He's testifying as a lay citizen witness, and he's not going to be cross-examined. We'll move on. If you want to object to that, I'll make it of record, and that's it. Okay?
Well, I'd appreciate if you would, and on the grounds that he's both a litigant against the city, and also that he referred to his experience as mayor and on city council as a basis for his testimony, and I think that takes him outside of the typical public commentator. But I will certainly respect your ruling just as long as I have my record made.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on my list here is my screen is Christine Collinette. Is that how you say it? Collinette? Christine Collinette?
Hi, I'm not providing testimony.
Not providing. Thank you. Callie Clark. Does Callie Clark wish to testify?
Good morning. I am also not testifying. Thank you.
Not testifying. Thank you, ma'am. May Hegazi. Does May Hegazi wish to testify? Does May Hegazi wish to testify? I will come back. Okay. Scott Hamilton. Does Scott Hamilton wish to testify?
Yes. Yes, I do. I'm
okay, sir. There you go. If you'd raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you state your name and tell us how to spell it? And pardon
Sure.
me.
My name is Scott Hamilton, SCOTTHAMILTON. My address is 9721 Northeast Charisma Circle, Bainbridge Island, Washington, 98110. My email address is cityhamilton, CITYHAMILTON, at comcast.net, and that can be the point of contact.
Mr. Hamilton, would you please repeat your email address? I did not catch that.
Yes, City Hamilton, CITYHAMILTON, at comcast.net.
So city, CITYHAMILTON at
Comcast.net.
Comcast.net. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you both. Mr. Hamilton, go ahead.
Yes, I'm a former member of the Planning Commission that created the Town Center Plan. We were the last of 5 City Council appointed citizen committees and commissions that in aggregate had 70 members. These groups met over several years, taking testimony and input from hundreds of citizens. The resulting town center plan was the culmination of these years of meetings, public input, and committee deliberations. We created a plan that included low-impact development, design standards, policies, and concepts, and we subsequently created the city code to implement the town center plan. The STCA application systematically ignores design standards, which called for Northwest style of architecture and low-impact development standards. If you take the illustrations that they have submitted at face value, they also ignore the whole idea of what we call the wedding cake plan that would, as you got out from the center of the town center, would make the height of the buildings lower so that by the time you got to the R1 adjacent zoning, there would not be walls of development. If you take the illustrations at face value, the plans would call for just these 4, 5, 6-story buildings next to R1 zoning, which is in violation of the concept of the town center plan. I submitted a comment for the permit application record dated August 9th, 2020, specifically addressing the low impact development issue and why STCA's decisions to refuse use of the low impact development techniques that you, Mr. Galt, may look at the record. I'm attaching, or I can attach and send the previous document for your convenience in formal submission for the record, or you could go back into the permitting, tell me what you would like to do on that. I would only add at this point that although the illustrations show some garden roofs, these are few and far between, which is of course an element of LID. The city staff's decision denying the STCA application is proper and should be upheld. My August 9th, 2020 statements outline why on the LID points. On the larger level, overturning the staff's denial will be a slap in the face for all of those who spent years working on the town center plan and those providing input to the 5 committees and commissions. So that concludes my statement, and if you tell me you'd like me to resubmit that August 9th memo for the record now, I can do that, or you could just leave that in the record and look at it in the record of the permitting application.
Sitting here right now, without finding the matrix of public comments that's in one of the 7 binders that's sitting on the table to my right. That was interesting. Whatever that was. I can't really say for sure that I have seen and read your comment. So if you wouldn't mind emailing it to Ms. Schaff again,
Sure.
we'll make darn sure it is here, okay?
Yes, do you want to give me an exhibit number?
9032.
Thank you.
I would rather err on the side of having 2 copies of it in the record than 0 copies.
All right, thank you. That concludes my testimony. I'll turn off my camera and microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Let's see, next, Rick Arambaru. Mr. Arambaru, do you wish to testify?
I do. Can you hear me?
Are you testifying as a citizen, or are you appearing as an attorney?
I'm appearing as an attorney on behalf of the client.
Okay, then I will not swear you in. But if you would give your name and spell it for the record, and then the name of your client and spell that, then we'll get going.
My name is Richard Arambaru. Last name is spelled A-R-A-M-B-U-R-U. My client is Walter Pereira. Mr. Pereira resides at 148 East Lake Sammamish Parkway Southeast in Sammamish. And my preferred contact source is my email address, which is Rick, R-I-C-K, at Arambaru, A-R-A-M-B-U-R-U, dash Eustace, E-U-S-T-I-S.com. And
may I first ask you to spell the name of your client?
Mr. Pereira, Walter Pereira, his name is spelled Pereyra.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Schaff, did you get his email address okay?
I have RICK at ARAMBURU ESTES.com.
EUS, isn't it?
EUSTIS.com.
EUSTIS.
Correct.
I have it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Let the record show I'm familiar with Mr. Arambaru and his associate, Mr. Eustace, who've appeared in front of me on numerous occasions over the last too many years to count.
And I will be submitting a supplemental material to you. And if you could give me the exhibit number, we'll reference it.
We will assign exhibit number 9033 to Mr. Arambaru's statement on behalf of Mr. Pereira. Okay, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. We're here today in support of the decision of city staff to deny certain elements of the town center plan. I'm here today on behalf of Mr. Walter Pereira. I've given you his address. He lives just off East Lake Sammamish Parkway, and Ebright Creek runs through his ownership on its way to Lake Sammamish. Ebright Creek is one of the last salmon spawning streams that goes into the Lake Sammamish Basin, and Mr. Pereira has, for many years, worked diligently to preserve the stream and preserve the spawning possibility that exists here. And page 22 of the staff's decision does point out that special attention is to be given to impacts on Ebright Creek from the town center development. By way of background, Mr. Pereira and I both provided comments during the hearings and development of the town center plan going back to 2013. Those comments addressed natural values, wildlife, and particularly the impacts on Ebright Creek. Town center proposal is one that's going to convert a substantial portion of this site from wooded areas to impervious surfaces, and that will create additional runoff that will impact salmon spawning streams, including Ebright Creek and George Davis Creek. I'm going to provide additional detail in correspondence we'll submit, but I want to address 2 points in particular. Number one, the land management LID section of the staff's decision, found at page 24 and 25, is a continuing important element to preservation of the resources and the streams within the city. Mr. Pereira has, over years, expressed how these resources have been degraded by referencing to death by 1,000 cuts. And these cuts have resulted in resource damage, the loss of wetland 17, and other concerns which cumulatively affect and impact Ebright Creek. The land use management LID is an important element of continuing to protect these resources, and we certainly appreciate the staff decision concerning the failure to meet those requirements. On a more general basis, there are numerous places in the decision where staff has not had sufficient detail to make decisions, and in other areas, the applicant has sought to defer and delay review and decisions on important elements. This has been a continuing problem in Sammamish, at least until now, and in other jurisdictions where applicants and developers during the public review process make some rather generalized statements, but don't come up with the individual details that are so important in this process. So, and then later on, once the public is no longer involved in opportunities to comment such as this, that staff and applicants prepare and develop plans that are inconsistent with the overall process, but these decisions are not made with the light of the public. So that's an important change, and we hope that that change becomes systemic at the city of Sammamish, and that as we go forward, the city will insist upon the necessary detail to make decisions consistent with the code. I don't want to take up a lot of additional time. I'll be submitting the additional material to you by 5 p.m. On Wednesday, and I have no further comments unless you have a question for me, Mr. Examiner.
No, thank you. Appreciate your comments, Mr. Arambaru. And we'll go on to our next person on my screen. It's just simply listed as caller 02. So if you know your caller 02 and would like to testify, please let me know. Caller 02. Okay, I'll make a note here and we'll come back to caller 02. The next name is Ms. Heverin. Ms. Heverin is an engineer for the appellants team, and she's already testified in that capacity, so I will skip her. Likewise, I will skip Mr. Zenzer, who is a representative for the appellants, and he's already testified, which brings me to Jason Richie. Jason Richie, if you wish to testify, turn on your mic and video. There you are, sir. Turn your mic. There, good. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Richie. Tell us your name and how to spell it.
Jason Richie, Ritchie.
And what contact address would you like us to use?
Email.
Okay.
Jason M. Richie, Ritchie @gmail.com.
Let me repeat that back. JASON RITCHIE @gmail.com. Is that correct?
Negative. The middle initial M as in Martel between the first and last names.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you both. Go ahead, Mr. Richie.
Thank you. As I stated, my name is Jason Richie, and I'm a former resident and former city council member for the city of Sammamish. As I understand it, your role here is to decide a relatively straightforward question, and that is, did the city engage in lawful behavior in denying the town center use DEP application? From my perspective, the answer is no. The city acted beyond its discretion by denying the use DEP application, and did so by willingly engaging in activities that are contrary to its own comprehensive plan. First, allow me to say that I read a little bit about this, and I appreciate that you're in a challenging position, and I know that cities like Sammamish have wide discretion in their ability to implement their own goals as promulgated in their comprehensive plan. The town center element of the comprehensive plan is the publicly facing legal document outlining the goals and plans as a city. As such, the town center plan received a lot of input before its adoption and has been refined for more than a decade. When I was first elected to the council, I was told by then city manager at the time, Lyman Howard, that I needed to make sure I was intimately familiar with the comprehensive plan. I wasn't at the time, frankly, and I got that way. Specifically, he requested and wanted us to look at the town center element of the comprehensive plan. So I did that. I went about reading it, and highlighting the areas. I marked it up, and marking up questions. And the big one that came out to me was, where is the affordable housing going to be in Sammamish? So this is the meat of what I wanted to try to convey in my public comment. The importance, the town center element of the comprehensive plan is compliant with the Growth Management Act and underscores the importance of ensuring housing diversity in Sammamish. Moreover, it accomplishes the GMA stated goal of bringing in much needed housing diversity. In fact, the Seattle Times reported that Sammamish is one of the richest cities in the entire nation, and yet we have the least affordable housing of any city in the Puget Sound. Sammamish desperately needs more housing choices, especially affordable housing, and this project itself will nearly double the amount of affordable housing we have in the city. The decision by the city to outright deny this town center use DEP application seems to give no consideration to affordable housing. Denying the application outright creates an adverse impact to our housing stock. Moreover, the city offers no alternative, no compromise, no negotiations to try to find a solution. The city must do its fair share, to create affordable housing. Sammamish cannot rely on other GMA cities to take their affordable housing responsibilities. Sammamish has to act in good faith to find GMA compliant solutions. When the city adopted its town center element in its comprehensive plan, that action inspired investment and aggregation of the town center development area. It's clear from my reading of the town center element that the goals of creating affordable housing and concurrent infrastructure are all found in the applicant's filing. If the city believes something was missing, and that happens, it could have negotiated it. It could have sought compromise. This is what good faith should look like. This is what we should do if we're actually trying to follow our comprehensive plan. And yet the city chose to ignore its own comprehensive plan and its affordable housing responsibilities. Simply put, it is clearly bad faith for the city to ignore its own comprehensive plan, ignore the mandates for affordable housing, and pull a bait and switch on investors by denying the permit application. If this denial is allowed to move forward, if it's allowed to stand, how are we going to implement our Sammamish comprehensive plan? Are all comprehensive plans for all cities and within the urban growth boundary simply aspirational? Can the city simply choose to ignore one aspect or another of its publicly facing, legal enforceable comprehensive plan whenever it chooses? To allow the unlawful actions of the city to stand would allow cities like Sammamish to act in bad faith to undercut their own comprehensive plans and severely weaken the GMA. This shouldn't be allowed to happen. So as a former resident and former city council member, my ask of you, Judge Gauld, is that you reverse the actions of the city in denying the permit application and thereby uphold the law as adopted in the Sammamish comprehensive plan, specifically the town center element. By denying the UZDEP application, the city has subverted its own comprehensive plan and acted in bad faith. And I appreciate your time and the opportunity to present public comment in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next on my screen is just two initials, HM. Does HM wish to testify? HM.
No, thank you, sir.
HM does not. Thank you, sir. Let's see, Stephen Newski, that's a city employee, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I will skip Mr. Newski. Paul Stickney comes up next. Paul Stickney, do you wish to testify?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay, if you'd raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Tell us your name and how to spell it.
My name is Paul Stickney. It is Paulstickney.
Thank you. And what contact address would you like us to use?
I've used my email. It's short. It is stick, S-T-I-C-K, at CNET, SEANET, .com.
Ms. Schaff?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that one more time, please?
Sure. The address, email address is stick, S-T-I-C-K, at CNET, which is spelled SEANET.com.
I have it. Thank you so much.
Okay, proceed.
Before we start, I would like to mention I did turn in a written public comment with 11 PDF attachments this morning.
Okay, Ms. Schaff, did you get that?
Yes, I have.
Okay, then we will assign exhibit number 9034. 9034 to Mr. Stickney's submittal. And as before, I've indicated I'll get a chance to look at it after we're through here. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Stickney.
All right, I will summarize some of the high points from my comment, but first an overview of the 11 PDFs I turned in that were labeled A through K with a name on each. The first PDF A was 7 overview slides, which I also reference in my comment as slide 1 through 7 for some key high points as this is looked through. The start of my comment is 4 words. And by the way, I stutter now and then, so I'm not really nervous. It's just an issue I've had my whole life. These 4 words are discretion, policies, precedents, and fairness. And my public comment attempts to speak to this and inform with some what I think are supplemental information that will be of substantial assistance to help you in your hard decision to decide whether to remand or affirm the city's denial of the UZDP. And for transparency, the first slide in PDF-A is a page from Enrich and Sustain, which is a public document I gave to the city in March about growth options for the future. And on the page, it shows that I have an interest in a 5-acre parcel in what is now the town center. I've had that interest since 1997. The property is owned by the Berg family. They've owned it since 1968. We've had an interest this whole time, the last 20 years, in being involved in the process, and we have no involvement with the STCA group. So the second slide in my presentation is a picture of the Mississippi River. It was presented by Joe Tovar, one of the authors of the GMA. He provided a short course on planning to the Planning Commission on September 5th in 2013 that is an outstanding 3-part course. His point was he showed a picture of the Mississippi and he had a statement, wide range of options, stating the city has a wide range of discretions. But on the outskirts of this wide range, this river showed trees and a bank on either side. And his point was that although cities have a wide range of discretion, they do have boundaries or limits. And I think that's an important concept to keep in mind. Also, I'm showing my age, but my third slide is part of the 2003 comp plan vision statement, but it ties to what I'm going to analogize this to. I'm not sure that's a word, is Paul Harvey. He talked about the rest of the story. Heard Scott Hamilton today mention many important parts of some of the things I'm going to mention, which is what was the story very early on in the process. And I've submitted for review the vision statement from the 2003 comprehensive plan as slide 3 that shows the city also enjoys a unique core of urban lifestyles and conveniences. And that was the city's vision from when the plan was adopted, I believe, in the summer of 2003, and it was in effect until October of 2015 when the second comp plan took over. Also, I included 2 resolutions that deal with establishing town center and formation of a committee to work on that, and the 2006 housing strategy plans to carry out the 2003 comprehensive plan housing policies. Another document I turned in as an aside, because I didn't see it in the record, and if it was there, I apologize. I did not see it. I turned in a resolution from 2019, which is called Sammamish Homegrown, which is a redo of the 2006 housing strategy plan. It's the 2019 housing strategy plan called Sammamish Homegrown. My next slide, slide 4, was 1 page of from a legal notice screenshots of all legal notices from the Sammamish website in 2020 and 2021. My point here was that there were over 15 times that the city issued a EIS significance or determination of non-significance, or DS, in that 2-year period. And I believe it was inappropriate for the city not to issue its determination of EIS in this process. The next slide that I had dealt with type 2 and type 3 land use decisions. I know that the city originally stated this was going to be—
Mr. Stickney, your
Yes.
time is up. I apologize.
Okay. Well, then I'll call it to an end. Just look at that slide and the last slide. Take a look at changes in the 4 UZDPs that currently exist in the city of Sammamish, and all the detail is there.
Thank you, Mr. Stickney. Appreciate it. Next on my screen would be Julio Richburg. Does Julio Richburg wish to testify?
Yes, sir, I do. Thank you.
Okay, there you are. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Tell us your name and how to spell it, please.
Yes, my name is Julio Richburg. That's Julio. Last name is Richburg.
Thank you. And what contact address would you like us to use?
My email address is fine. It's my last name, Richburg, Richburg 11 @gmail.com.
That's RICHBURG 11 @gmail.com.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richburg. Go ahead, please.
Hey, good morning. I am a lifelong resident of Sammamish. I was here in 2008 when the then City Council approved and adopted the Town Center Plan. As a resident, I can say that I have actually reviewed the plan submitted by STCA, and I've met the developer and actually walked the site with them on a number of occasions. I've discussed the Town Center at length with several former and current council members, as well as Sammamish residents and businesses. I can state with confidence this plan exceeds the expectations of our community. Needless to say, I was surprised to learn that the city denied STCA's application to commence this overdue project. As a resident, I am concerned over the enormous expense in the tune of maybe millions of dollars incurred by the city of Sammamish on recommissioning of impact studies and legal fees, fighting against the city's very own plan. Plan which has gone through many rounds of public comment. I am also concerned over the cost to STCA to develop this project, consolidating the land, hiring top specialists and architects, all to assemble what is quite honestly the best team to build Sammamish's town center. I'd like to say that Sammamish desperately needs housing balance. This is an issue that we cannot run from any longer. Sammamish needs more housing choices, especially as some of the other people have stated, affordable housing. Town Center project will double the amount of current affordable housing. We also need apartments and townhomes for young families, teachers, firefighters, city employees who want to live where they work, but today cannot afford to do so. This plan brings senior housing for our senior residents who want to stay in the community where they have spent their lives and raised their families. Seniors want to be near their families, but currently have no options to downsize, or in some cases receive senior care. Our children graduate from high school and college, and as they start their independent life, they cannot afford to stay in or return to their hometown. These are essential elements in building strong, healthy, and supportive communities. There is a very real cost to us as residents. Local utilities, schools, and businesses struggle to retain employees. This constant rotation of employees not only costs money, but also has a profound effect on efficiency and service. Teachers rotating in and out of our schools affects the quality of our children's education and development. This town center plan is pedestrian and family friendly. It brings much needed and desired restaurants, services, commercial spaces, open space, parks and trails. Most importantly, a safe place for our children and a gathering place for our entire city. Currently, our high school kids gather in the Safeway parking lot because there's no place else for them to go. I cannot wait to meet friends and colleagues at the town center, spend time there with my family, walking, shopping, and enjoying the amenities and events made possible by having a true town center. I and others want to shop in my own city, don't want to be forced to drive down to Issaquah or Redmond to purchase everyday items, see a movie, or go to a hardware store. And more importantly, send important tax revenue to other neighboring cities that should stay in Sammamish. I request, Mr. Hearing Examiner, you overturn the denial by the City of STCA's permit application. This is a good plan. This is the Sammamish residents' plan. But please let us not delay it any longer. I thank you for your time and for allowing me to speak today.
You're welcome, and thank you very much. Next on my screen is Celia. Does Celia wish to testify? Does Celia wish to testify? No response. I'll make a note and come back at the end to see. Next is Heidi Groover. Does Ms. Groover wish to testify?
No, thank you.
She declines. Thank you very much. Mr. Roos is an associate, one of the attorneys, so we'll skip him. I learned the other day that Mr. Elliott Glass is Public Works Director, so I will skip him. Cole Wright, Perrin R.D. Merrill in Perrin. Does Cole Wright wish to testify?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Mr. Wright declines. Thank you, sir. Lisa Marshall is City Attorney. I will skip her. Next on my screen is Christy Malchow. Does Ms. Malchow wish to testify?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please tell us your name and how to spell it.
Christy Malchow, C-H-R-I-S-T-I-E. Last name is Malchow, M as in Mary, A-L-C-H-O-W.
Thank you. And how would you like us to get materials to you? What address?
Email, please. cl@sammamish.us.
C-L?
C. Malchow, just C as in Charlie. My last name @sammamish.us.
Okay. Ms. Schaff, could you repeat that back, please, just so we're sure?
cm@sammamish.us. No.
No, C. Mel. The letter C and then my last name, M-A-L-C-O-W @sammamish.us.
CMALCHOW @sammamish.us.
Yes, that is correct.
Your signal is breaking up every so often, and I think that's part of her problem.
Okay.
Just, I don't know that there's anything you can do about it, but just be aware of it. If it gets really bad, I'll interrupt you if we're not able to understand much at all of what you're saying. Okay,
Okay,
go
very
ahead.
good. All right, thank you, Mr. Examiner. We've heard a lot of testimony this morning. I want to be clear, this hearing is not about affordable housing. It is not about the GMA. It is not about an EIS or even housing types. This hearing and the decision before you, Mr. Examiner, is did city staff hold the application submitted by STCA to follow Title 21B of the Sammamish Municipal Code? The answer is no. We have no regional stormwater. We have no green spine, and we have no city center that our community can come and rally around and enjoy. Months of meetings with STCA failed to yield an application that was congruent with Title 21B and the adopted town center plan and vision for the town center. I ask you, Mr. Examiner, to deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next on my screen is, my screen just moved, is NR. Does NR wish to testify? NR? No response. No pun, no pun intended to NR. I'll come back and see later. Next on my screen is Nan. Does Nan wish to testify?
Yes, sir.
Nan does. Okay. Do you have video?
I am trying to switch my video on. It's default off, so I'm trying to figure it out.
Now, if it's not easily done, we can just take you as if you were calling in on a phone.
Yes, please. That'll work.
Okay. Would you raise your right hand? I'll trust that you're doing that.
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you tell us your name, please, and how to spell it?
Yes, my name is Nandita, Nandita. That's my first name. Last name Kondipudi, Kondepudi.
Okay, thank you. And what contact address would you like us to use?
I would prefer my email, please. My email is first name dot last name. That is NANDITA dot KONDEPUDI @gmail.com.
Okay.
I apologize for the long name. I didn't have any choice in choosing it.
Doesn't bother me one bit. Ms. Schaff, would you repeat the email address back just so we're sure we've got it?
Yes. NANDIPA@KONDEPUCHI@gmail.com.
Actually, that's incorrect. I actually put my email in the chat. You might be able to just grab it from there.
I do have that. Thank you very much.
Okay. You may begin.
All right. I'll keep it short and simple. I am a resident of Sammamish. I've been so for quite a long while now. And I have been following the STCA and the proposed plan with interest for quite some years now. One of the things that I want to talk about, one of the things I want to raise is that when the traffic concurrency models were used, the wrong concurrency models were used. I'm a person who lives on the plateau and commutes to another city every single day. And without the town center, I know how many vehicles get on and off the plateau every single morning and come back here every single evening. I have spent hours sitting in traffic. There were times when I spent 45 minutes in a stretch known as Sahali just to get to my house. My son goes to the YMCA at the Sammamish YMCA for aftercare, etc. And sometimes it takes me more than 45 minutes to an hour to go from the base of Sahali Way all the way to the Sammamish Y just because of traffic. And this is without the town center and the hundreds of homes that are coming there. My concern is this: without improving the infrastructure for us to get on and off the plateau, get in and out of the city, if you're increasing the number of homes, what is going to happen to traffic? It's going to make it worse. And I'm sorry to say this, but I feel that our quality of living is going to come down if even more traffic crowds our streets. The second thing that I want to bring up is when you look at the evacuation routes of the city, again, we have very few evacuation routes that'll get us out of here in case of a, God forbid, huge natural disaster. With the addition of more homes, how do you propose to do that? I don't see anything that adequately addresses my concerns in the plan so far. And talking of affordable housing, I am all for affordable housing, but I do not believe that the proposed plan actually gives people affordable housing. We have seen prices in Sammamish go up, 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 and up. And I'm sorry that it is, pricing some people out of this community, and I regret that because everybody who works here should have a chance to live here. But what they're proposing does not seem to me to actually contribute to affordable housing. For that, I want to point out to the apartments that are already available at Met Market. They are not affordable at all. In fact, I have a school teacher who works in my son's school who looked at the apartments there and said, I cannot afford to live there on my teacher's salary. So there's an example right there. I don't think that the new apartments that are going up will actually solve that problem. And another concern is the amount of green. We've just seen one of the worst heat waves ever. The proposed community center, town center, STCA development, I don't know if they have anything for the rest of the community. I feel that it is just a money-making venture for them, and they don't really keep the residents' interests at heart. And I know it was long and rambling, but that's all I have to say. I just need to say, Mr. Examiner, please deny this permit because I do not think it's in the best interests of the residents of Sammamish. There needs to be more of a balance between what the residents want and what the developers want. And I don't think we have reached that point yet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kondapudi. Next on my screen is first initial A, last name Stevens. Does A. Stevens wish to testify?
No, thank you.
A. Stevens declines. Next on my screen is Natalie Price. Does Ms. Price wish to testify?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Price declines. Next on my screen is Terry Shuk. I'm presuming that Mr. Shuk is part of Shuk Kelly. Ms. Koloshkova is indicating yes, so I will skip him because he's part of the applicant or the appellant's group. Next on my screen is HM, initials HM. Does HM wish to testify?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
HM declines. Next on my screen is Stephanie. Does Stephanie wish to testify?
No, thank you, sir.
Stephanie declines. Next on my screen is caller 04. Does caller 04 wish to testify? Caller 04. No response. And last on my screen is Richard Moran. And your audio is already on, so do you wish to testify, sir? Does Richard Moran wish to testify? Richard Moran is not responding. Now, let's see. Kent Soggy. Let's go back to the beginning and the ones that I skipped over. There we go. Mr. Soggy's with us. Does Mr. Soggy, do you wish to testify?
Yes.
Mr. Soggy does. Okay, hang on a minute. Bear with me here. Okay, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Would you tell us your name and how to spell it?
Kent Soggy, Kentsogge.
And what address would you like us to use for contacting?
Email, that's ksogge@gmail.com.
Ms. Schaff, did you get that?
I did. ksogge@gmail.com.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Soggy, go ahead.
Okay, I've listened and watched most of the testimony in the last week, and I see there's issues on both sides. I don't know as far as the truth, untruths, and all those kinds of things. But I think one thing here is I think that the city has moved hastily at the end of this process during the actual final application, the middle, and denied it immediately without adequate review and cycle or reviewing comment. I think one of the big things that needs to be considered is the fact the last 16 months with the pandemic, nobody has been able to sit in a room together and look each other in the eye and fairly negotiate, collaborate, and come to consensus, and come to good decisions. And I think that is why I think the examiner should remand this back to the city to move forward and give additional time now that we can now meet together and sit down and talk, developer, the city, and try to figure this out. The developer has aggregated over 90 acres. They're a big part of this town center and are going to be a big part of it. So this is not the way to start it out. So I think that would be my recommendation, and that's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Soggy. Let's see. Ms. Moran had posted, whatever you call it, a chat a couple of minutes ago where she says she thinks her audio is fixed. Ms. Moran, do you have audio?
I do.
And I can hear you.
Yes. Now let's see if I've got webcam.
So.
I've got both.
There you are. Okay, then let's have you tell us who you are and how to spell your name.
Hey, my name is Karen Moran. Last name is Moran.
Okay, and what contact information would you like us to use?
kmoran@sammamish.us.
Okay. Ms. Schaff, did you get that address?
Yes, that's kmoran@sammamish.us.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Moran, go ahead. Let's see, Nope, I didn't reserve an exhibit number for you. So if you decide after testifying you don't want to give a written statement, just let us know and we won't save an exhibit number for you.
Okay. I will be sending stuff in.
You will?
Yes.
Okay. Then we will reserve exhibit number 9035 for Ms. Moran's submittal.
Right.
9035. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. Well, my name is Karen Moran, and I am currently the mayor of Sammamish, but today I'm speaking as a long-term resident. I am one of the residents that filed for the incorporation of our city, but I was also on the group that worked on the original town center plan. I ask that you uphold the decision and deny the application that is before you today. If the applicant were to make all the changes that you've asked them to make that were submitted, this application wouldn't even look like the same application, and it would deserve a full fresh set of eyes. It just wouldn't look the same. First, I wanted to speak about a few of the changes and a few of the things that were brought up last week. The first one is the CARA. Before I was ever put onto and was ever elected to the city council, I was elected to the Sammamish Plateau Water and Sewer District as a commissioner. And so imagine my surprise when I heard the gentleman speak last week about the CARA and speak about how that CARA and how that aquifer and how that CARA was, going to be taken down to the hard pan, which is certainly how we do not treat a CARA, any CARA. And that was not one of our main aquifers or CARAs. It is that aquifer in particular that took us, when I was on the Water and Sewer District at that time, it was that aquifer and our concern over that aquifer that took the board at that time to take initiative to move forward and contact ecology, because there were discussions at that time about, well, maybe we should be using injection into aquifers. So at that time, the board, the Water and Sewer District commissioners, moved forward with ecology to make sure that injections into aquifers was not okay. And since then, as of late last year, it is no longer allowed in this state. But it is because of this particular aquifer that the Water and Sewer District moved forward with that. So to state that our CARAs or our aquifers are not important in any way, any one of them, is simply wrong. It is just simply wrong. We need to protect them, especially the ones in that area, because of the streams that are there. Those are so very important to the fact that those are salmon-bearing streams. And those CARAs are very important. And the layers that are above the hard pan that protect those streams are extremely important. The layers that are below the hard pan are very important, and they all play a significant role. And the fact that the team that was put together by the city had somebody on it from the Water and Sewer District, and it was denied. One of the reasons for denial was because of that CARA, should be taken into consideration. So if there's any other question about that CARA, you need to go back and look at why that was, because there was somebody from the Water and Sewer District that was on that team. So I ask that that be taken into account. And I will put in some of the information that I had back from that CARA from my days on the Water and Sewer District. The second thing I wanted to address was the item of the 4,000 square foot, and they have them as townhomes. But 4,000 square feet is a single family home. That is not a townhome. That is, and I agree with the staff, that is a single family home. And it should be addressed as such. And while you're looking at the map that goes around that town center, and especially around what would be the city park area, you'll see what is a wall, almost like a concrete wall. So when you look at the design of that, I ask that you look carefully, because they put in a wall around it, but that's a 9-foot wall. And that wall is not, that makes it more of a compound. It doesn't make it a friendly wall. So please look at that and look at the notes that staff has made on that, because that does not make it a friendly neighborhood wall. That makes it more of a compound. And so I ask that you take a peek at that. And also, when looking at the 4,000 square foot, we're not here today to discuss affordable housing. I'm going to leave that to the city attorney because that's his job. And we are not here to, our job here, your job here is to see if STCA followed the code. No, they didn't. I don't know how many meetings, how many times they went back and forth, how many hours they spent. How many times do they have to be told, this is what you need to do? And then sometimes the answer is, I'm tired of telling you, you have to go back to do this. Sometimes the answer is just going to be no. You're not. Thank you.
Did we lose you?
Yep, I think she said time's up.
Oh. Well, we don't do it. We don't do it. I understand. I've been told, and I, for whatever it's worth, I could have totally misunderstood what was said to me, that public testimony during council sessions, when they reach the time limit, they just get muted.
Yeah.
I told Ms. Schaff I felt that was a little draconian.
Okay.
So she was just going to say time's up, and then I would work with the speaker to get them to wrap it up.
Okay.
So I'm nicer than the council is.
Because that doesn't always work for me. Okay, well, thank you so much for letting me speak with you today, and I'll put all my comments and stuff into the exhibit that I have to send in, and you can go through and read through that. But thank you very much, and I know all of you have done an excellent job. I've been watching over the last week, and it looks like a ton of work, and you've all done an excellent job. So thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Moran. Let's see. The next name that went by without anybody responding, let's see, is May Hegazi still with us? May Hegazi? May Hegazi is not even on the screen anymore. Now this is a good one. Caller 2. There is no caller 2 showing up on the screen, so caller 2 is a no-show. Then I had Celia. Is Celia still with us, and does Celia wish to testify? Well, I don't see Celia. NR. I don't see NR. So I guess that person didn't stick around. Then we had caller 04, and there's no caller 04 on the screen. Then we had Richard Moran, and Richard Moran is still on the screen. Does Richard Moran wish to testify? Does Richard Moran wish to testify? Mr. Moran is not responding, so I'm going to say no. Now, one of the fun parts of either GoToMeeting or Zoom is that when people log out, the thumbnails start flipping around all over the screen, and it's kind of hard to tell who's come in and who's not new. I see a gentleman named Phil Scott has turned on his camera. I don't think I called you before. Do you wish to testify, sir?
Mr. Gold, this is Rick Parks with TRF Pacific. I'm on my partner's computer, so it shows as Phil Scott. My name is Rick Parks, and I'm one of the owners of TRF Pacific, and we manage and own the project adjacent to this site.
Do you wish to testify?
I wish to testify.
Okay, would you raise your right hand, please?
Right hand raised.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Would you tell us your name and how to spell it?
My full name is Frederick, F-R-E-D-E-R-I-C-K, middle initial R, last name P-A-R-K-S.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Arks. Is that how you say it, Arks?
Parks with a P as in pilot.
Oh, P-A-R-K-S. I'm
Yes, sir.
sorry, I misheard it. I thought you said E-A-R-K-S. Parks. And how would you like us to contact you? Email or postal?
Email.
And the address is?
Rick Parks at trfpac.com.
Now, I'm not sure I got the 6 initials after the @ sign. TRF, PAC.
PAC, Pilot Alpha Charlie.
Okay. When I was in the service, I think it was Papa.
It is Papa. I apologize.
Pilot works. Ms. Schaff, did you get his email address? Have we lost City Hall? Mr. Eglick, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Oh, good. Can Ms. Schaff hear me?
Yes, I can.
She says she can, yes.
Okay. Did you get Mr. Parks's email address adequately to your satisfaction?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Parks.
5 minutes?
5 minutes or less.
Or less, okay.
You don't have to fill up the 5 if you don't want to.
Okay. We are the owner of the project on the on the northwest corner of 228th and Southeast 4th Street. And it's 6 acres. It includes 110,000 square feet roughly of leasable area. About 14,000 feet of that is in the mixed use project called Sky Apartments at the top of the hill on the northeast corner of 225th Avenue and Southeast 4th Street. We started this project in 2014. We had the assignment to locate a metropolitan market within the Sammamish neighborhood. The only viable site, it was referred to as the caboose. Gentleman had a parcel on the corner of 228th and 4th, and we wanted to site a grocery store. This was our first introduction to the Sammamish Town Center comprehensive plan for that area. And we were not allowed to develop that parcel because it was zoned residential, but there was a methodology for bringing the proper zoning down, but it required that we bought 2 additional parcels so that we could get to the top of the hill at 225th. Now, in the conversation, we were very clear that let me back up. The requirements of this zoning required that there be structured parking because it was part of the town center plan. It also required that the uses be mixed. And the issue was that all we had was a commercial grocery store that wanted to be in the neighborhood, and the neighborhood actually wanted the grocery store as well. But we had to go up the hill and we had to develop uses that were basically not known as to whether there was any demand for those uses or not. But one of the critical aspects of investing money in this site and going through the cost to entitle it and pull it off was that we were told that we would have a neighborhood at the top of the hill. And according to the comprehensive plan, it said we were going to have a neighborhood at the top of the hill. So we are here 7 years later. We do not have a neighborhood at the top of the hill. We've been very much in support of STCA's efforts, along with Merrill Real Estate, to get that neighborhood going up there. We have suffered at the top of the hill because the neighborhood is not there. We don't have we need the neighborhood in order to support the businesses that are at the bottom of the apartment mixed use property called Sky at the top of the hill. And so we are in support of making sure that this plan that I don't recall, I think it was put in place in 2008, but we are very much in support of seeing it come to fruition, as a lot of our investors, we ourselves, the operation of our property, and the success going forward is very much relies upon getting these other projects put into place. The neighborhood, I guess I go back to saying the neighborhood. We have parking issues that really shouldn't be issues because of the neighborhood.
That's just a notice that your 5 minutes is up.
Okay.
So
I guess I'm finished.
If you could wrap it up in a few sentences, it would be fine.
I think the final thing is it's very evident right now that the parking issues that we have up there are because the rest of the neighborhood is not there. And we do not have the broader parking field that would come if the rest of that would be there if the rest of the neighborhood was there. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Parks. I appreciate it. Is there anybody else who has not testified as a member of the public who wishes to do so? If you do, turn on your audio, or if you don't have audio, turn on your video and sound off here in the next 30 seconds or so. Otherwise, I'm going to have a recess and we'll go on back to the rest of the hearing. Is there anybody else who wishes to testify? Last call. Well, I thank all of you very much for participating this morning and offering your testimony. For those of you who indicated you were going to submit written materials, which would be Mr. Mathal, Mr. Gerund, Mr. Hamilton, Mr. Arambaru, Mr. Stickney, and Ms. Moran, a reminder they are due via email to Ms. Schaff by Wednesday at 5 p.m. They've all been pre-assigned exhibit numbers. If she doesn't get it by then, the exhibit number will just show up in the record as unused. So I thank you all very much. It is 10:45. This is a little later than we usually take our mid-morning break, but I did not want to interrupt the public testimony portion. So let's take a 15-minute break now. We will reconvene at 11 o'clock, at which time we'll go back to Ms. Hildy as our witness, and we'll continue on from there. We are at recess, and again, I thank all of the members of the public who came and testified this morning.
This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you. This is the start of session 28. It is 11:02 a.m. on July 19, 2021. This is session 28 in the appeal hearing for UZDP 2019-00562. I just want to make clear to the members of the public that written comments from any member of the public may be submitted via email to Ms. Schaff by 5 o'clock this Wednesday evening. That would be July 21st. If this were an in-person hearing, a regular hearing, people can submit comments right up to the close of the hearing. We're not sure exactly when the hearing will end, but it was calendared through Wednesday. So that's why I've selected Wednesday as the cutoff for written comments. And Ms. Schaff has indicated to me that she has received some number of written comments from the public, and so she will be adding them into the admin list when she does that on Wednesday evening. So, enough of the procedural stuff. Welcome back, Ms. Hildy. I would indicate, I'm going to change my screen display. I discovered something the other day that I really like. It's called the active cameras display. And when there's only the four of us, that gives me just 4 boxes on the screen. Nice, good images of everybody. Ms. Hildy, you're still under oath. And Mr. Eglick, this is the start of redirect, so the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hildy, before we get into some other issues, I just wanted to ask you to clarify something with regard to affordable housing. Is the city in agreement with STCA on how much affordable housing would be part of this UZDP?
No.
Okay, and is the difference that STCA is saying it wants to do more affordable housing than the city has calculated is required?
No.
Okay, well then, is the difference that STCA is suggesting that it should be required to do less affordable housing than the city has calculated is required?
That is correct.
Okay, and that is the business of the red lines that the STCA put on the city's affordable housing calculations?
That is correct.
Okay. Going back to some of the discussion that you had in your cross-examination, can you tell us what was the STCA's first proposal for a city square?
I'm going to refer back to the pre-application site plan that was submitted. STCA's proposal was to locate the city square on the city's Notch property, which is part of the Lower Sammamish Commons Park.
And when STCA made that proposal, had it, to your knowledge, made any arrangement with the city for that other than to put it into its pre-application materials to the city?
No, they did not.
I hope that wasn't me. Did STCA subsequently make a modification or variation on its city square proposal?
They did. They submitted via email a concept to discuss with the Park and Recreation Department and Planning that proposed improvements on the city square. It just wasn't clearly defined on who would be making those improvements.
And what city square, what location was that?
City square on the Notch property.
So again, it's on the city's Notch property.
It's on the city's Notch property.
And was that when you were talking about the WNRF and other related improvements?
That is correct.
So first they proposed city square on Notch property. And is the Notch property, by the way, in those first and second iterations that you described, is that part of the UZDP?
Can you clarify, please?
Well, in other words, if you look at what the scope of the UZDP application is in terms of what specific boundaries are encompassed, is the Notch property within the specific boundaries?
No, it is not.
So this was kind of saying, oh, here's what we're going to do on our property, and by the way, you'll put the city square on your property, city.
That's correct.
Objection. It's fine.
What's the objection? Forget it? Okay, continue, Mr. Eglick.
Okay, so when the iteration came in that had the WUNRF, and what else did it have other than the WUNRF? What was the other features of that iteration?
It included parking right adjacent to the WUNRFs.
So I think we've already said, well, it's city square on the city's property, not within the actual UZDP boundaries. But let's go to the next question. What was the city's response to the...
I've lost our witness. She's not on my screen. There she is. She's back on my screen.
I don't know where I went.
Nor how you got back.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Into another time-space continuum. Okay, so shall I go on?
You may.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so you said WUNRF parking, and just so we get this all in one kind of compact narrative, what was the city analysis reaction issue with this new iteration that had the WUNRF and the parking with it? What's wrong with WUNRF and parking?
The parking is not allowed next to a public open space or park per the code.
Okay. And go ahead.
Also proposing WUNRFs on city property with the parking, that's not a benefit to the city property or how they were indicating that being used as a city square. That was a benefit to their development, which they show on that concept drawing as going right to their property line on the west side of the city Notch property and on the west and east side of the city's Notch property.
Okay. And then what was the next city square concept or iteration presented by STCA?
So the next concept presented by STCA
we're getting a kind of sound. Yeah, there's a like a vibrating thing I can hear in the background. And it really destroyed her spoken words.
Where is, oh, here he comes. Any idea what's going on?
I can hear him fine. Ask him to do that.
Well, I think he was saying he could not hear Kelly, I think what was going on.
I could hear, but she was sound.
Is it still groggly, or is that
No,
good?
You're fine. You're fine
Okay.
now.
Well,
there was a minute or two there where when she started to talk, it came out kind of sound. And Ms. Koloshkova was receiving it the same way by her facial expressions, I could tell.
Okay, I'll try to speak closer to the microphone. It sounds like, are you hearing that clearly?
Oh, sure. I don't think it's proximity to the mic. I think there was a gremlin hiccuping someplace in the kitchen. But go ahead. While it's working, let's get you going.
Okay. I have to kind of regroup here. I think I was asking you what was the next city square iteration?
Yes, the next city square proposal by STCA was with their submittal, their initial submittal on November 4th, 2019. They showed the city square on the city property again, outside of the boundaries of their UZDP.
And which city property are you talking about?
That's the Notch property.
Okay. And what was the next iteration after that, if there was one?
Yes, that would have been the submittal from June 22nd, 2020. In that submittal, STCA proposed the city square north of Southeast 4th Street on property that they own, but they indicated that the final site selection would be determined with the city. And then they referenced the town center plan, and I believe the UZP plan, saying the city in one way or another would contribute to that.
So, okay, just to make sure I've got the summary right, was there ever a STCA proposal for the city square to be within the boundaries of its UZDP?
No.
And was there ever an STCA, and I think this follows from the first, but tell me if I'm wrong, was there ever an STCA proposal for a binding set location for a city square? And by that I mean something that was in a plan that would be approved and set the direction firmly for the future.
Can you clarify, please?
Well, in other words, if STCA, the last iteration, I think you said, was property that they own to the north and all that, but they would expect the city to contribute. Was that part of any permit application or plan application?
No, it was not.
Okay. And what about the notch? Was that part of a permit or plan application?
No.
Okay. Now, I think STCA has a different view of all this, and that may be something that the examiner is going to sort out. But from your work with the code, the TCIP, the TCP, that's the improvement plan, and the TCP, is it your understanding that the city is required to contribute the property for the city square?
No.
And if you look at the plans and the code, what is your understanding of the appropriate location of the city square?
Yes, so we would start with the code, 21B 95050, subsection 4. That describes a proponent or an applicant must address the open space UZDP planning principle that requires a public open space within the A1 zone, that it connects directly to the lower Sammamish Commons in the form of a green spine, and that it meets the intent of the town center infrastructure plan. So we would go to the infrastructure plan and look at that plan and see how this application complies with it. So to answer your question, does the city square in that plan, is it predetermined in that plan? Am I understanding that question correctly?
Well, I'm asking what your understanding is of the most appropriate location for the city square.
So again,
under the plans.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So on our review of the plans for this development proposal, the most appropriate place for the city square is south of Southeast 4th Street. And that is composite scheme number 1. This again, and I've said this before and testified to it, they are proposing 30% development within the town center A1 zone south of Southeast 4th Street. This is the city's expectation of where that city square should be.
And has STCA ever submitted a proposal that does that?
No, they have not.
I think you also, there were some comments and some questions about the extent of the city financial contribution and some, I guess, disagreement about that. Is it your understanding that the city is required to make the financial contribution for acquisition, to somehow make acquisition of the city square possible?
No, I do not believe that.
And do you know whether the city has in recent years made contribution for infrastructure improvements in the town center sub-area?
Yes, they have. Since the adoption of the town center plan, the city has contributed to the sub area with the Southeast 4th Street improvements. That was around $20 million. The Sammamish Community and Aquatic Center, the civic use, $32+ million.
Is that big building you can see if you walk outside?
It is.
City Hall, which we sometimes do at lunch to see if the sun's still there?
That is right.
All right. And is that part of the kind of the whole town center complex, so to speak?
It is.
Okay, go ahead.
And then about $2 million in improvements to the Sammamish Commons Park, including ADA accessible trails from the lower commons to the upper commons, the parking lot and rain gardens, the community garden, and I can go on and on, but around $2 million, a little bit more than that. So the city has made substantial contributions to the infrastructure of this town center sub-area.
Okay. But can you address for a minute, and I don't know who this is being broadcast to, maybe I'll get pilloried for this, but I don't live in Sammamish, so can you just tell us something about, there's been a lot of reference to lower commons, upper commons. What's the difference, and what's the difference not just in their names but in their functionality?
Sure. Lower Commons is the park space just south of the STCA's application. It is a vast open space. It's used to host events like Fourth on the Plateau. It includes trails and restored critical areas, the community garden, a play area, as well as, I believe it's East Side Youth and Counseling Services. I believe that's the building or the youth in the Sween home, which the city contributed to that building's conversion into a community service. So that is the Lower Commons. You going up the trail, you past the community center, you then come upon the Upper Commons, which is where you have City Hall, the library, skate park. I believe there is a basketball court over just to the south of us here. And this is currently where the farmers market is held. This is also used to host events. So we refer to the Sammamish Commons as a whole, but due to topography, sometimes we use Lower Commons to explain the area, just the lower area of the Commons, and then Upper Commons, which is where City Hall is located.
I've heard you talk about in your testimony, both direct and on cross, I think both, about adjacency. Mm-hmm. What's that have to do with the commons, and what does adjacency mean? There's two questions, so maybe I should ask them. Well, I'll ask them together. Okay. Have you talked about adjacency with regard to the commons?
To the project site?
Well, adjacency with regard to the city square. I'm sorry, I should have been more.
City square. So, yes, as the city square is described as the primary zone of the green spine in the town center infrastructure plan, that is, again, the most highly pedestrianized zone of the green spine. It's meant to host events. It's meant to have informal and formal public uses, and locating that adjacent to the lower Sammamish Commons or the Sammamish Commons in general, there are some shared compatible what we call park programming objectives that I think having, again, both the city square and the lower Commons working in conjunction is really what's envisioned in that composite scheme number 1 in the town center infrastructure plan.
And that's the south of 4th?
Yep, south of 4th.
Okay. Getting to another issue, there's been some testimony back and forth about the street vacation process and also the process of acquisition of or somehow conversion of the city Notch property into city square. And it would be fair to say the commonality in both of those issues is that they both involve city-owned real property.
That is correct.
So STCA, as far as you know, as of the denial decision, had or had not taken any steps toward conversion of that city-owned property for STCA's use in its UZDP, had it?
I'm going to just object to the line of questioning. I'm not sure that this was a topic area that Ms. Hildy covered in direct street vacation, the right-of-way vacation and relocation discussion.
I think both parties here recognize that I tend to be fairly flexible with the scope, both of cross and redirect. There does come a point where lines of questioning start going so far afield that I would sustain objections. I don't think we're going far afield from a major issue in the appeal, so objection overruled.
I'll try to regroup on my question, Ms. Hildy. So, to your knowledge, up to the time of the denial decision, to your knowledge, had STCA taken any steps to acquire control of the right-of-way that we've been talking about in the hearing?
No, they did not.
And same question with regard to the Notch property owned by the city. To your knowledge, had they taken any steps with regard to that?
No, they have not.
I thought you had talked, and I guess I can ask you about it anyway, but I thought you had talked with STCA counsel about, kind of the sequencing, so to speak, on this kind of issue. Can you explain, just put it to you bluntly, what's wrong with issuing an entitlement and approval that says, yes, you can do this development that depends on city property when the city property is still city property?
You're breaking up.
You're suffering from that breakup that Ms. Hildy did a little bit ago. I don't know what's doing it.
I haven't done anything different.
Yeah, see, all of a sudden, what we're hearing, Mr. Eglick, is, I haven't done anything different. Yeah, it's really weird. Now you're clear.
Here's the wizard.
Now your voice is perfectly clear. Methinks we may not.
Is it working now?
Yeah, in fact, yes, you're working now.
Okay. Let's see, where were we? I was asking a blunt question. What's wrong with issuing a decision, an approval, an entitlement that says this is what the project's going to be when it employs property that isn't owned by the applicant?
That's a decision that cannot be made by staff. That is a decision that has to be made by our city council.
Well, what happens if you issue the entitlement and there's no city council decision? Is that a problem?
Well, I'll probably be unemployed, so yeah, I think it's a problem.
Other than that,
it is a problem because you can even condition it because again, it's city council. It's a city council decision, and hypothetically, if city council decided not to vacate the right-of-way or allow the city square to be placed on the Notch property, then that's a major modification to the UZDP, and STCA or any applicant would have to come back and revise their UZDP and go through the whole process again. So it's just not the most efficient way to go through things from the applicant side. And again, staff cannot make that decision without City Council authorization.
And is there any question in your mind, you can't state as to STCA's understanding or state of mind, but is there any question in your mind that was expressed to STCA that they needed to do something more than nothing with regard to getting City Council approval process started?
Yes, they were told this during the pre-application meeting, and those notes are included in Exhibit 9. And I'll start with the vacation. Just give me a second. That would be Exhibit 9 at page 16. Under the Public Works Review Comments, and further detailed under the Transportation section, and review comment number 6. And hold on a second. Um, 6E, and where we tell STCA that the street vacation for at least part or possibly the full length of that public right-of-way would need to proceed. Related to the city square on the city's Notch property, we note that Exhibit 9 at page 19 under the Parks and Recreation Review Comments, and that would be comment number 1.
Did anyone from STCA, to your recollection, ever say, well, okay, we'll go and do that and get back to you?
No.
I'm going to object to the form of the question if it could be directed to Ms. Hildy's personal knowledge.
Well, it meant to be, and I thought it was. So I'll ask Ms. Hildy, were you just responding in terms of your personal knowledge or universally for the city?
My personal knowledge.
Okay. As the project manager, would you think you would be aware if STCA had made that kind of commitment that they were going to go and take care of the issue that you had raised?
Yes.
Okay. Let's turn for a moment to SMC 20.05.030 paren 6 paren. That's this business of a preliminary determination. You want to take a look at that?
Okay.
And my recollection of my notes indicate that STCA counsel asked why the department didn't issue one of those determinations, and you indicated you did not know. And I'd be very frank with you. Have you ever seen one of those determinations in your experience issued by the department?
No, I have not.
Okay. And with regard to a determination being issued here, at the time that you were dealing in the pre-application phase, did you have any reason to believe that you were going to end up, or the city was going to end up in an impasse with the applicant?
No, we did not.
Okay.
And may I insert just an observation on this one issue? I've been the city's hearing examiner, I think, since in or around spring of 2002. I do not recall, to the best of my recollection, sitting here today, ever having held an appeal hearing on a preliminary determination.
And I appreciate that, and I guess you must have started being hearing examiner when you were in college, to be back in 2002.
Oh, before that.
Yeah. But I'll just make one more point then and move on. Just to ask, as you read 0306, Ms. Hildy, and you see the first line of it, is it your understanding that such determinations are required?
No, they're not.
Okay. Because it says may, right? It doesn't say shall, must, or do or die, anything like that.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. You were having a colloquy, I think, I think it might have been with the examiner, and you were asked whether or not the Notch city property would be acceptable as a city square location. And I think you said yes, but with a caveat. Mm-hmm. And can you kind of explain what your understanding of caveat was when you used that term, what that means and what you intended?
With an agreement with the city to locate the city square on the city's Notch property.
And the caveat being then that it has to go through the process we talked about before and get the council agreement. Is that right?
That is correct.
And would the Notch property, even from a, I guess let's say from a program perspective, be the optimal site, even if, you know, it were owned by STCA rather than by the city?
Well, the town center infrastructure plan calls out that Notch property as the secondary zone of the green spine, so I can't say for certain that's the optimal place to put it because it's never been considered in our planning documents. Mm-hmm.
I'm just going through my notes to see what we've covered here. Remember all the testimony about and I think the examiner may have asked you about this as well, the commercial square footage and the cap and all that. Does that ring a bell?
It does.
Okay. So for those of us who come in the middle of this movie, what's the origin of that cap again?
The 82,000?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, the 82,000 is what
the city is completely frozen. I can see Ms. Koloshkeva's head moving, but neither Mr. Eglick nor Ms. Hildy are moving. Let me
I
go.
have the same.
Let's see. It says the organizer is experiencing technical difficulties. Unless the organizer rejoins, the session will end in 1 minute.
What?
No, this is quite interesting. Can you hear me, Mr. Eglick?
I can, and I'm told we're going to try logging off and logging on again.
Okay, I've got this red bar across the top of my screen that says you guys are about to drop dead in a minute. Well, actually, the whole thing's going to drop dead in a minute.
Do
you want us to log off and log on?
Let me ask the wizard here. Oh, we're just going to log off, but the examiner. That's going to dump everybody else off. Oh, okay. So we're going to. Do you want to? Otherwise, I'm just repeating probably imperfectly.
Hi, Mr. Hearing Examiner. This is Rich. We're going to log off over on our side, and that is going to cause everybody else to get dumped off the meeting. So everybody's going to have to log back into the meeting.
Okay.
Give us 1 minute.
Before we try to log back in, how about we come back in at 11:40, 3 minutes from now?
I'm told that's good.
Okay. We're at recess from 11:37 to 11:40, at which time we'll all have to log back in and give it another go. Thank you. This is session 29. It is 11:40 a.m. on July 19, 2021. Session 29 in the UZDP 2019-00562 appeal. How are we doing at City Hall? Ms. Hilda, you want to say something?
Yes, sir. We're rebooting the clerk's computer, and it should take us about 2 minutes.
Okay. I've got that red bar across the top of my screen that says that the organizer is experiencing technical difficulties. Unless the organizer rejoins, the session will end in 1 minute. So we'll wait and see.
Okay, so hopefully we will be restarted before that minute expires.
Well, it looks like go to meetings threat was idle. Because it's been more than 1 minute and the red bar is still there saying that it's going to get disconnected in 1 minute. I'm curious, Ms. Koloshkova, does your screen have a red bar across the top?
Does not. I did
It
get
does
a
not.
notice. It does not. I got a notice up in the corner that said the meeting will end in 60 minutes if the organizer doesn't join or something like that.
Huh.
But I
Interesting.
have no, as far as I can tell, I have a lot of people on mute and I can see you and I can see me.
And the same here. The little red dot in the corner shows me that we're still recording. Ms. Hildy's pictures come on. But I have this 3/8 inch wide bar that runs across the entire width of the screen telling me that unless the organizer rejoins, the session will end in 1 minute. And it started saying that about 4 minutes ago. So
That's really strange because I did do a double take because I thought it was the same thing and it said 60 minutes, but I wasn't quick enough to get a screenshot.
well, I see Mr. Eglick there, and he's moving. He's not frozen anymore. And Ms. Hildy's moving. She's not frozen. Are we actually recording? The button says we are, but are we? Are we comfortable at go to meetings recording?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is Rich. I do not believe we're recording. We've got a message on our clerk's computer that says it's verifying communication with GoToMeeting.
Oh.
We're not actually in the meeting yet.
Okay. I'm glad this isn't the system that runs Bezos's satellite or Musk's satellite or launch space things. For those who are curious, I don't intend to take the lunch break at 12. I'm figuring on doing it at about 12:30. So if we can get this thing cranked back up, we've got a good chunk of time before I'll think about lunch. I am concerned about that. My screen is still showing the red dot that we're recording this. Ms. Koloshkova, does yours show red dot lower left corner?
Yes.
Same.
Lower, sorry, mine is upper left.
Oh.
Yeah.
This
But
is
it
weird.
says red dot REC.
Okay. Yeah, mine actually has the whole word record under it. That's interesting that different participants get different displays.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is Rich.
Yes, Rich.
Just wanted to give you an update. This one actually is a City Hall problem, and I'm still troubleshooting it. I do not have an ETA at this moment, but I will let you know within the next couple minutes.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
I'm just going to turn my camera off so that I could kind of move around a little bit. But I am here.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to leave my camera on but turn my mic off so I can work on my other computer.
I got the 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm sure everybody who's been listening got the same notice that I just heard and that apparently Ms. Koloshkova heard, saying the organizer has left and the meeting's going to terminate in 5 minutes. I think what the best I can suggest is let's just stay here listening, see if they do something in 5 minutes. If they don't, it'll be close to noontime, so we will recess informally. If the thing dies on us, I think we'll all figure out that it's recessed, and I'll plan to reconvene at 1 o'clock. If it dies on us in the next 5 minutes or so, we'll plan to reconvene at 1. I can email Ms. Schaff. I'm presuming that her email is still working. I don't think I have any other emails that I could contact at the city that would be of people who are there that would receive it in time to do anything, but I can contact Ms. Schaff. So we'll just sit here and watch go to meeting come to an end.
No problem. We'll figure it out.
I do think it's got to have something to do with the city's attempt to have all of their people there in the council chambers and mixing the AV system in council chambers in with the go-to-meeting system. I don't know. I've never had this problem with anybody using Zoom, and of course, I've never had anybody try to do a matchup like they're doing. So, anyway, I'm going to turn my mic off and just listen to whatever they feed me from the system.
Likewise. No problem at all.
You saw one of our council meetings, you'd see that we're technically challenged. This is not unusual.
My first thought was, couldn't they just put everybody there in City Hall, but have everybody have their own computer, their own laptop, and everybody would log into the meeting? They'd be close enough physically that they could hear one another, and that's what I thought they were going to do when I was told weeks ago that they were going to have the staff there together at City Hall. But this is a new twist. Anyway, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's a challenge.
Got it.
Sounds like I'm going to be seeing you at 1:00, hopefully.
I'll plan on that. No problem at all. You know? Really weird. It's just bouncing my audio on and off and on and off and on and off. Yeah. Bouncing other people on and off too. I can't hear anything.
This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you, and welcome back, everybody. I'm calling this session 30. It's 1 p.m. on July 19, 2021. If somebody listening to the series of recordings can't find a session 29, that's because the city encountered some fairly severe technical problems when we reconvened at about 11:40, and things went downhill pretty rapidly. So I'm not even sure that the recorder was working at that point. But in any event, from 11:40 till now, there was no substantive proceedings in this matter at all. So here we are. We're back together. It's 1 o'clock. We're all crossing our fingers. We think the glitches have been found and fixed. Let's continue with Mr. Eglick's redirect of his witness, Ms. Hildy. And I would remind you again, you're still under oath. Go ahead, Mr. Eglick.
Thank you. It's good to be back. Just to get something out of the way, you had mentioned about City Council 2s and 3s meeting. I think the hearing examiner asked you when those were, and you had said, I think sometime it was at 2018?
Yes, May 29th, 30th, and 31st of 2018.
Now, in those meetings, did STCA raise the topic of street vacation or use of city property?
I'm just going to object, if I could object to the line of questioning for two reasons. One, there's been no testimony, no testimony provided as to Ms. Hildy's involvement with the city council meetings, if she was present, or how she gleaned her information. And as well, it seems like we're going pretty far down the rabbit hole of a topic area that was never raised on direct.
If I may, I'm sorry.
I disagree on the second one, so that part is overruled. As to the first, if you could lay a little foundation for her knowledge, that would be perfectly fine with me, and then I would overrule that objection as well.
Okay. Ms. Hill, did you recall testifying about City Council 2s and 3s meeting in your direct testimony?
I do.
And in that direct testimony, did you indicate whether you were present or not at the City Council 2s and 3s meetings?
I did testify that I was at a majority of the meetings with STCA, and to clarify, yes, I was at these meetings on May 29th, 30th, and 31st of 2018.
And those were the 2s and 3s meetings?
And those were the 2s and 3s meetings.
Okay. And in those meetings, did STCA raise this, back to the question I asked before, which I think you actually already answered, but I'll ask it again. Did the STCA raise street vacation use of city property in those meetings that you were present for?
No, they did not.
Okay. Then we were back in the commercial square footage cap or whatever. What is it a cap? Was it an allocation? What do you call it, I guess?
The 82,000 square feet.
Yes, that's right.
That was associated with the traffic concurrency certificate that STCA obtained for this project.
And how does that work? Does the city say to someone seeking a concurrency certificate, here, apply for this amount of square footage?
No.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did the city, even as part of the MOU process, tell STCA you can only, this is what you have to do in terms of commercial square footage?
The MOU did state 100,000 square feet of commercial square footage. That was an agreement between the city and STCA.
And was that an agreement that the city compelled STCA to enter into? To your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
For a legal conclusion.
Say again?
This seems to call for a legal conclusion as to any sort of obligation that the city may have or not.
I will allow her to give her non-attorney opinion of what it says, and I'll take it for what it's worth.
I think you already answered, didn't you, Ms. Hildy?
Yes, I did.
And what was the answer, just to be sure we have it on the record? And to your knowledge, was there any compulsion, to your knowledge, on the city's part, forcing STCA into particular numbers for square footage?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And is the 82,000 commercial square footage number inclusive or exclusive of what we've been calling here mixed use residential?
Is it 82,000 inclusive of mixed use residential? It's inclusive of the 82,000 square feet of commercial space.
Okay, so it's mixed use residential commercial space?
Mixed use residential. There's a component of commercial space associated with that, but there's also a component of residential. And that is, the residential component is not inclusive of the 82,000 square feet.
And is that how you came to describe to the examiner, I think in response to a question that he asked, how a mixed use development could occur regardless of where the townhomes are, regardless of the 82,000 square foot number? Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
In other words, you told the examiner you can have mixed use and I think you said a lobby and you said a coffee shop and all that. And I guess just trying to make sure it's clear, how can you do all that if you have an 82,000 square foot number for commercial space?
Creative planning. And the example that I used was a development in Redmond called the Triangle Property, where part of that lobby and service area for that residential unit does not count as commercial space, but they also include, a small French cafe component. So technically that is mixed use.
And none of the residential counts as commercial space?
No, it does not.
Okay. If there were an issue with the limitation on commercial space, could that have been addressed by the city?
Objection calls for speculation.
Well, I'm kind of sputtering a little, Mr. Examiner, because there were a lot of questions that called for speculation throughout this hearing, and I objected to them and was told that was not an appropriate objection given the context of this hearing. I disagreed with that, but I think we should get the benefit of that ruling.
And I agree with you. Overruled.
Thank you. And I'm sorry if I was sputtering, a little passionate about that point. Back to the question, would there have been a way if STCA had wanted to address, apart from using a mixed-use development and all that, but if they wanted to increase the commercial allocation, is that something that could have occurred?
Under this UZDP?
Under this or a different UZDP?
Yeah, under this UZDP, no, because they are limited to 82,000 square feet.
By the concurrency
By the concurrency certificate.
But can you go back and apply for another concurrency?
They can go back and apply for another concurrency certificate, yes.
Okay. I may be just about done here. Just to be clear then on what your testimony was a minute ago, so mixed-use residential doesn't count as commercial space, is that right?
The residential component does not count as commercial space.
Lobbies?
Lobbies does not count as commercial space.
What about service areas?
Does not count as commercial space.
Okay. I think Mr. Brennan was asked for his, I think I called them at the time, aspirations for this appeal and for a remand. You heard that, I assume?
Yes.
And what is the department's aspirations or concerns about a remand in the context that it's been requested here?
The department's concerns about a remand is a remand going to result in STCA complying with the UZDP, showing compliance with the UZDP planning principles and the code? Are we just going to be in an endless cycle of review until we get to a point uncertain? The city has been clear on its review comments, and it really shouldn't have gotten to this point. They should have addressed those comments in their revised application submitted on June 22nd.
Okay, no other questions at this time, and thank you.
Thank you. Any further cross-examination, Ms. Koloshkova?
A few questions, please, if you will allow me. Ms. Hildy, I got a little confused in your testimony when you were talking about the upper and lower commons. You may have mentioned this, but I'm not sure. Do you include the Notch property as part of the lower commons, or is that something separate?
No, it's part of the lower commons.
And where do I find, is that defined somewhere?
The Notch property defined as the lower commons?
Yes, is there some sort of a definition area or descriptor in any of the plans or the code that talk about the lower commons and its physical scope?
I do not believe so.
When you were talking about the road right-of-way vacation process, did I hear you correctly? Did I hear you say that you felt that the applicant should have at least started the vacation process before the UZDP approval?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified a moment ago about some city council meetings in 2018 that the right-of-way, that STCA did not bring up the right-of-way vacation at that time. Is that right?
That is correct.
And as of 2018, had the city indicated that STCA needed to proceed and at least start a right-of-way vacation process prior to the UZDP approval?
No, because that was not a topic of conversation during those meetings.
Was there any other motivation you're aware of that would have, I guess, prompted a discussion of the right-of-way vacation in 2018?
I'm not aware of that. No, I don't believe so.
You testified, going back to the Notch property for a moment, you testified that the TCIP calls out the Notch property as a secondary zone. Can you point me to where in the TCIP you find that?
Yes, that would be page 11 of the Town Center Infrastructure Plan.
Okay, all right, I'm on page 11. Show me.
Perfect. So you see the graphic right there to the right?
Yes.
And you see the green spine, and you see the highlighted areas as neighborhood transition open space, secondary open space, and primary open space?
Yes.
So the area to the south, That is the Notch property. It is colored green. That is a secondary open space.
Okay. Okay, so the composite scheme on page 11.
Yes, that is correct.
One other question on the TCIP that you've talked a fair, you've gone over these composite schemes a fair bit. Can you tell me what the difference, or if there is a difference, between the composite schemes? And there's a list of preliminary concepts on page 21.
Okay, I'm on that page, page 21.
Yes, so my question was, can you explain to me, well, I guess, is it your opinion that the preliminary concepts are different from the composite schemes that we see a variety of figures for in the town center and in the TCIP?
Yes, those seem to be different than the composite schemes.
Perhaps I'll ask you, how familiar are you with the preliminary concepts page, those three concepts in the subset A?
Just as familiar as what is written here.
Fair enough. Okay. Then we can just let the document speak for itself.
Yeah.
Okay. Was it your testimony? Please remind me, did you talk about this wedding cake concept in your testimony with your counsel?
I don't think that's a objection. There's a record. I guess we have notes and all that, but I don't think it's fair to ask the witness to remember what she talked about in testimony on Friday. If counsel thinks that she did, fine, okay, great, but we don't need to have this witness testify as to her testifying.
I'll just ask her directly the question then, and she can talk to me about it. So the wedding cake concept, is it your understanding that the city's position is essentially kind of that top tier goes out to the edge of the A1 zone and then drops down to the next, whatever zone might be next door?
That is correct.
That is correct. Okay. And if you're referring to an exhibit, could you let me know what you're looking at?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, no, that's what I testified to.
Okay. 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 And would that be then, so that would be mixed use vertical buildings under that I guess approach?
If you're asking me if the top tier is the mixed use, highly dense part of the town center, the core mixed use area, then yes, I would agree with that.
I asked you provided some testimony regarding a moment ago as to whether STCA could have applied for or could apply for another concurrency certificate. Are you aware if that's possible to do without a memorandum of understanding?
Can you rephrase the question for me? I just want to make sure I answer it correctly.
You've provided some testimony as to, you provided a moment ago some testimony as to the memorandum of understanding and commercial allocations. So if STCA wanted to apply for more commercial space, could it do that without a memorandum of understanding?
Objection to the form of the question is I think it's maybe over artfully worded. If the question is, would a memorandum of understanding have to be modified, that's okay. But
now council seems to, if you want me to rephrase, then.
Is my microphone not working?
Oh, it's working. The two of you are just talking over each other, and I'm hoping it will end.
Okay, I'll stop talking then. Thank you.
No, actually, I was hoping she would stop talking over you. But that's okay. But that's okay, as long as it ended. Ask another question. Let's not ask her to try and remember what the other one was.
No,
Let's just start fresh.
Of course not. You provided some testimony regarding the memorandum of understanding. Do you recall that? Is correct. And do you know whether, and you also testified that STCA could apply for another concurrency certificate?
Yes.
And do you know whether STCA can apply for another concurrency certificate without, under the current MOU?
I feel like that's really a question I have to defer to our legal counsel. Regarding those terms, I can't answer that.
You also testified when you were talking about the town center plan, and this is, I'm going back to a little bit earlier before lunch. You provided some testimony about the city square in that proposed location north of Southeast 4th. Do you remember that topic area?
I remember testifying about the different concepts within the town center infrastructure plan related to the city square.
This morning you testified that there was nothing in this, there was nothing presented yet that would, I believe you said, set the direction firmly for the future as to being able to locate the city square north of Southeast 4th. Do you remember that testimony?
If there's a question, maybe it would be, and I may, perhaps I'm being inappropriate here, but maybe it would be easier just to ask her the question than to restate her testimony and then ask her if she remembers it, and then she has to parse the words that council is using. I mean, I assume there's a question coming up about that concept, so why not just ask that? I don't know if that's an objection or just a plea for mercy.
Trying to help the witness because she covered so many topic areas today. So, I mean, we've all been using leading questions. We know that. That's reality of trying.
I can appreciate both sides on this. I think for expediency, it would probably be better just to ask the question. And then if the witness says, I don't know what in heck you're talking about, then you can go back to, well, didn't you do blah, blah, blah.
Okay. And I don't want counsel to object if I ask then questions that he'd already asked. So I apologize. I'm not trying to get a different answer. I'm just trying to make sure I cover the testimony. Did the June 20 resubmittal show City Square north of Southeast 4th Street?
It did.
Okay. And do you, let's see, would that north of Southeast 4th Street location have been potentially acceptable if a UZDP application had been submitted that would sort of fix that area firmly?
I can't answer that question because a UZDP application was not submitted that presented the city square and the details needed for the city to determine if that UZDP was compliant with 21B 950504, the open space UZDP planning principle requirement.
Is there anything that you're aware of at the city that would preclude STCA from submitting a UZDP application for that portion of the town center?
When you say that portion, you mean what, north of 4th?
North of Southeast 4th. Thank you, Mr. Examiner.
So you're asking me, is there anything precluding STCA?
I think the question that was asked was there anything that was submitted
No,
that would
I
preclude?
actually just, no.
That was a prior question. Now she's on,
Okay.
Is there anything that would keep them from doing it? And just because I remember it, yes, the MOU provides an outline of the maximum extent of parcels that they could include in the first UZDP. And if I remember the graphic accurately, they're all south of 4th. So the answer is yes, there is something that precludes them doing it. But not for a second UZDP or a third UZDP, but for the first one, yeah, they're not allowed to by the terms of the MOU that they and the city entered into. At least that's how I read the agreement.
Does Ms. Hildy, she's nodding, but we have a written record, so could Ms. Hildy reflect her response verbally, please?
Yes, the hearing examiner is correct. This application and is agreed to in the MOU is for south of Southeast 4th Street.
And were you present for Mr. Pyle's testimony last week now?
I was present.
Okay. And did you hear Mr. Pyle's did you hear Mr. Pyle's testimony regarding the city having been under moratorium?
Yes, I have. Or yes, I did hear that.
Okay. And would a moratorium preclude an applicant such as STC submitting a concurrency application for that portion of town center?
And I'm so sorry. It sounds like someone was getting an email in the middle of you asking me that question. So it kind of I couldn't hear the whole question in its entirety. I apologize. Would you mind repeating?
I apologize. I've got my other computer up and I do have the email program running. I had it running so that if Ms. Schaff sent me something at the last minute, I'd see it. I will shut it now so you don't hear them. The bells that Mr. Eglick heard this morning also came from my machine accepting an email. It's shut off now. That won't happen again. I apologize.
No worries. So, Ms. Hildy, I presume you'd like me to repeat the question?
Please, that would be great.
Would that city's moratorium that Mr. Pyle testified to preclude STCA's ability to submit for a concurrency application?
Objection is a form of the question. I think Mr. Pyle testified that there is no city moratorium as of, I think, the 21st, that the city council has repealed it. So I just want to be clear on the record as to what we're talking about. Thank you.
That's not, any relation to my question. My question was, up till during this process, again, would a moratorium preclude submittal of a concurrency application for this area north of Southeast 4th Street?
So before she answers, just to be clear, you're talking about the potential submittal of an application during the term of the moratorium.
Thank you much. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, a moratorium, under the moratorium, STCA could not have submitted a traffic concurrency application for a separate UZDP, or even because we were in review with this UZDP. That is my understanding.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Before we let you go, I think I've got a couple of questions, and I know this is probably unusual because I asked you some, I guess it was last week, between the direct and the redirect. But there's something about this right-of-way thing that, let me finish a thought here, that has continued to sort of confuse me, and it's hard for me to understand. And I guess it's hard for me to understand because in the, well, nearly 50 years of experience that I've had with planning and as a hearing examiner around here, I haven't encountered this before. And so I'm trying to get my mind around it. And it has to do with what I understand to be the department's stance that if there is unopened right-of-way in the middle of a project, that right-of-way's got to be vacated before the project can be approved that would use the property in some other fashion. The experience that I have that is causing me the concern is that the vast majority of the southwest part of Snohomish County was platted. That's Linwood, Edmonds, Montlake Terrace, Briar, Woodway, even up into Mukilteo and maybe not Everett. Was platted back in the late 1800s, early 1900s in 5 or 10 acre tracts. And these were either rectangles or square tracts. And virtually every one of them was separated from another one by a dedicated right-of-way. And it could be anywhere, some of them were 20 feet wide, some were 60 feet wide. And the genius surveyors and land developers who platted these things just drew rectangular shapes on a map like they were in Kansas. It's like they thought everything was flat, and they just drew these rights of way. Well, if you know anything about southwest Snohomish County, there are coastline ravines that snake into the interior, sometimes half a mile or a mile. And some of these things are 50, 100 feet deep, and they've got very steep sides. And these screwball rights of way just plowed straight north and south. And if you built the road, you'd be going like this. So we used to routinely get subdivisions where people would come in and they'd have one of these rights of way running through the middle of what they had amassed and wanted to subdivide. I don't recall, either in the 7 years that I was in planning or the 22 years that I was the hearing examiner in Snohomish County, that we ever told a developer, you've got to vacate that right of way before you can replat the property with a new road system. It was just sort of understood. You had the plat map, and it had these old screwball rights of way that nobody could possibly build on. We didn't want them to build on it. You couldn't meet public works grade. It went across a stream. Nobody wanted them to do it. I don't recall ever having anybody tell them you got to vacate this thing first, which would mean you have to pay the county to vacate it. Then you can subdivide the land. It was always a condition on the approval. And if they couldn't get the council to vacate the right of way, then their approval just went poof. I mean, sorry, too bad. I don't remember any of them ever happening, but that's what the way it was worded would have amounted to, is you just lost your plat because you can't meet the conditions. Apparently, Sammamish doesn't see it that way.
The UCDP isn't a subdivision, and it's not a binding site plan. It is the requirement that where the applicant addresses the UCDP planning principles to the extent that we can verify it against the code. The problem is that if we were to approve that, and during the UCDP process, and then they go through that vacation process with their binding site plan, and again, for one reason or another, City Council does not approve that, then they have to go back and modify their UCDP. That would change their site plan significantly, and that just, it takes them back, quite a bit. We did tell STCA that this would require vacation. They had every opportunity to initiate that process through Appendix I of the 2016 Public Works Standards. Again, I mean, this is what we've directed them to do to initiate that process. So, that's where we stand with the city. So.
I don't mean to be argumentative, but it sounds to me like the position is that an applicant for one of these things has to gamble that the city's going to approve their project because they have to vacate this useless, well, it's probably not useless at this point, but they have to vacate this chunk of right-of-way before they can get their UCDP approval. Well, once they vacated it, it's gone. I don't think there's any way you can get a reversionary clause on a vacation of right-of-way. If you vacate it, you vacate it. It becomes city property, and then you get to buy it back again if you want it again. Having paid for it to be vacated, if you want to give it back to them, I don't know how you give it back to them. I'm just finding that very troubling to understand that the developer has to put essentially non-refundable money out there to buy something that if their project isn't approved, they got no use for.
Mr. Examiner?
Is that a make or break deal for the city on this? Or is that something Mr. Eglick should opine on in due course?
Well, I was just going to say, I think there's a kind of a few assumptions built into your discussion with Ms. Hildy, and some of those I think aren't necessarily the way it has to go. I mean, they don't have to pay the money. They have to get, well, certainly they didn't even start on the process here, but they have to get at some point in the process where they know that this is something that is at least conceivable to the council. And the reason that is important is because otherwise you will have given, and what I think STCA people have been calling an entitlement, which perhaps forces the council to grant a vacation that the council may not want to grant. And one of the reasons for that could be, I don't have expertise in this, but I assume that one of the things the city does is have the Public Works Department say, well, is there any other potential use or utility to this right-of-way? And so those are all factors as you're talking with Ms. Hildy, I think that we can't make assumptions on them that make what the city has done here, I think, reasonable. It would be different, I suppose, if there had been some effort and some movement along the way and some initiation, but we're not anywhere near there, and no one has asked them to pay money before they know if they can use it.
So you're suggesting there might have been some kind of a contingent process. Get the council to look at the request to vacate, but not do the part where you assign a value to it and make somebody pay. That's what you're saying.
For example, I mean, because the posit of the discussion seems to be that the planning department should have done something contingent and then deferred that to council. But the problem is what the planning department does isn't contingent. It's what people are calling an entitlement, and there's a reason that it has that root in it, entitle, and it does force action, or arguably someone will say forces action on the city council. The other way around, it makes more sense because you have the council giving its read before, and no one has to pay any money, I suppose, except for an application or for some review. You have the council opining, and then that lets you know that the UZDP is on the right track. The problem here is there's nothing like that was done. So I will turn off my mic now, but I appreciate your allowing me to speak.
Yeah, and I appreciate your comments.
May I clarify one consideration there that was discussed? I just want to be clear that actually I think STCA has been very clear that they do not see the UZDP process as an entitlement at all. And I think that was discussed and based off of the hearing examiner's original dispositive motion as well. And so the entire concept of this being an entitlement is certainly, I have no idea where that comes from, perhaps the city, but that's never been a position that STCA has taken. And I'm not sure if there is a contingent process, it would be good to know where we find that, because we've never seen anything like that opportunity, certainly never been discussed until this very moment.
Two other quick questions. First one didn't turn out to be so quick. Was the MOU, to the best of your personal knowledge, initiated, whoops, we lost Mr. Eglick.
We just lost Mr. Eglick.
At least I lost his picture. I can hear him there you are. You're back. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can. I don't know what happened.
The gremlins are after us today. Was the MOU process in some way related to the transportation moratorium that was going on at the time? Without it, could they have gotten a concurrency certificate?
I would have to read the ordinance. I'd have to become familiar with that ordinance and review it to be able to answer your question completely.
When you say ordinance, which, the moratorium ordinance?
Yeah, yes. And again, I don't know offhand what the ordinance number is, so I'd have to go back and do some research to be able to answer that question.
Thank you. You said in your testimony that the June 20th resubmittal showed the city square north of 4th. I know I can go look at it, but I think that's what, Exhibit 35P or something like that. Is it physically depicted on the submittal as a designed City Square, my vague recollection is it just has an arrow that points across 4th and says City Square up here. Or something like that. I'm probably doing it a disservice.
I believe it's better depicted on Exhibit 1025. Give me a quick second here. I just want to make sure I'm referencing the exhibit right. This would have been, oh, no. Oops.
Okay.
Where is that?
Maybe 1031? 1031?
It's the June 20th Project Narrative and Design Companion.
1031.
1031. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's better depicted in that June 20th submittal of the project narrative and code compliance manual submitted by STCA, where they show that on their illustrative site plans, the location of the green spine north of Southeast 4th Street.
Okay. I'll look later. I've got too many binders here and it's too long. But thank you. I don't have any other questions. Mr. Eglick, do you have any questions as a result of the handful I've asked?
I think we're better left for discussion and briefing, so I will not ask any further questions at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Gloshkova? Same question? Nothing? Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Hildy. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Eglick, I think it's your turn if you have another witness.
I do not. We don't have any further witnesses at this time. I understand we have an opportunity for further testimony depending on what more comes in, but at this point, we don't have further witnesses.
Okay, thank you. So that would mean we are ready for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner.
We might actually finish this before Wednesday.
Crossed.
Yes, possible. Okay.
I think it's very possible. We plan to bring Mr. Zinser and Mr. Hermanson, and we'll start with Mr. Zinser. So I would go back to Mr. Roos, who did the original questioning, and we will stick with that process. And I would mute myself and turn off my video camera.
Yeah, Mr. Zinser is the he's, what do you call it on TV when they're disguising the person? So that nobody will know.
Mr. Examiner, can we do a mic check also for Mr. Roos? You might recall we've worked on his IT, so I.
Oh, okay. Mr. Roos, talk to him.
Here?
Say again?
I need to turn you down. Come on. Okay. Okay, doing a mic check. Am I audible here?
You are quite audible. That's very good. Thank you, sir.
Great.
Mr. Zinser is still the hidden witness.
Mr. Zinser, if there's any way you could shift your camera there to make it.
No, the light. What's happening, Mr. Zinser, is the light, the wall behind you, assuming that's a wall, is so bright that you are in almost. There you go.
How's it? There we go.
He's really there.
Sorry about that.
Mr. Zinser, you are still under oath, sir, because you've testified before under oath, so that carries through to today. Mr. Roos, you may begin your questioning.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Zinser, just a few topics for you this afternoon. I'd like to start with the City Square topic. And I'm wondering if you heard Ms. Hildy's comment to the hearing examiner on Friday about the size of the City Square. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that it might need to be, quote, something larger, end quote, than an average width of 120 feet. So do you recall that testimony?
I do, yes.
And
I'm going to object to the form of the question. Unless there's a transcript which has not been shared, I think stating the question in the form of a supposed quote from the witness is not appropriate.
Now that got raised earlier today in a different topic, but same concern, that the counsel was stating a question, making a statement attributed to a witness that the other side was saying might not be quite accurate. May I suggest, Mr. Roos, if you can avoid phrasing questions that way, it'll probably get us where we want to go faster.
Would it surprise you if the city took the position that the city square needed to be larger than 120 foot wide?
It would. That would be inconsistent with the correspondence we received after our June 3rd Zoom meeting together with the city, where we were given an exhibit which demonstrated this 120-foot average for determining the size of the primary open space or city square.
Can Mr. Williams please have the share screen control so we can put an exhibit on here?
So you want Ms. Schaff to give it to you?
To Mr. Williams, actually.
Oh, to Mr. Williams. Okay, I'm sorry. Can you do that, Cynthia?
You should have control now.
I see it in the corner. Very good. Thank you. Thank you much.
Okay. And is this the exhibit you were referring to that was provided to the STCA team on June 3rd, 2020?
That's correct. It is.
And this is exhibit 10 what?
This is exhibit 1015.
15. Okay.
1015. 1015.
Thank you.
And is it your understanding that this was her depiction of the required dimensions for the primary zone of the line?
Yes, it is.
And do you determine that? How do you determine that based on this drawing?
It's determined by taking the minimum width plus the maximum width and dividing that by 2, getting an average of 120 foot width. When you apply that across the corridor, as we're looking at here between blocks 5 and 6, we then look at the reduction area and then the makeup added area within that center space there. And then looking at the balance of that space gives us the overall area requirement for the primary zone or city square.
Okay, and just to be clear, this writing that's on here is not your writing or the STCA's team's writing. That's the writing that was on the exhibit that you received from the city.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. The bottom of the diagram has some handwritten language there, and the reference is TCIP page 18. Is that correct? At the very bottom, perhaps Mr. Williams could blow that up a little bit, but the reference is TCIP page 18.
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm wondering if Mr. Williams can put on the screen TCIP page 18. Sorry, Mr. Williams got kicked out of the meeting. He's now re-entering so he can put the number on here. Apologies for the delay. And I'm sorry, it looks like having re-entered, he needs to be given the control again. So if the staff could give Mr. Williams the share screen control.
If it's any help, I have it on my screen so I can.
Okay, yeah, if we can't get it up here in the next 10 seconds, then we'll move on. Okay, so this is TCIP page 18, and you see at the top third of the page here, it's the primary open space development guidelines. And that, Mr. Zinser, has the reference to minimum width of 40 feet, maximum width of 200 feet under size, right?
That's correct.
So your understanding is that the diagram that you received from the city was their interpretation of how these size requirements for the primary open space would be applied here. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, did you also understand that the primary zone, I believe you heard Ms. Hildy testify earlier today, that the primary zone is the city square. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And is that consistent with the Green Spine Development Guide and the language there about the primary zone and the city square?
It is. It talks about the space being defined by pedestrian storefronts, pedestrian-oriented storefronts, businesses, and activities along those lines.
And I'm going to have Mr. Williams just put on the screen page 2 of the Green Spine Development Guide, which is exhibit 1005. And under the first sentence of this under the primary zone, I believe that's the language that you're citing. Framed by activated storefronts, cafes, primary open space is considered the town center city square.
Correct.
And so that confirmed in your mind that the dimensions for the primary zone were also the required dimensions for the city square.
Correct.
Okay.
Primary zone is the city square.
Okay, and have you looked at you've seen the locations of the city square as conceptually noted in the town center infrastructure plan, one being north of 4th Street, one of south of 4th Street. We've looked at those.
Right. Composite Plan 1 was the south of 4th Street, and Composite Plan 2 was north of 4th Street.
And if you measure the approximate square footage of those two city squares, minus the buildings, and sort of average them, do you get a number that is close to 120 foot wide as proposed by STCA?
We do. We're getting roughly around 36,000 square feet between those two concepts. And that's plus or minus what we're achieving with our space between blocks 5 and 6.
Okay, and other than the, I'll move on. So just to summarize what I think you're saying, that as far as you understood from the guidance received by the city, the primary open space is the city square. The primary open space pursuant to the June 3rd sketch is supposed to be 120 foot wide on average, correct?
Correct.
And that's in fact what STCA provided between buildings 5 and 6. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's confirmed in exhibit 1029, Bates page 5, which Mr. Williams has put in front of us, which compares square footage under the 120 foot wide average concept with square footage provided for 5. And perhaps you could just go to the legend at the bottom right to confirm that.
That's correct. Looking at that legend there, the red dashed line represents.
Maybe Mr. Williams could blow up the legend a little bit. Go to the previous.
The red dashed line represents that 120 foot corridor average, and for a length of 285.5 feet, which gives us a minimum area based upon the formula the city provided us of 34,200 square feet. When we look at the green spine area reduced and then added back as shown it as the hatching area, we get a total green spine area of 36,680 square feet. So we're just above the minimum based upon the city's formula for the primary open space.
You also heard Ms. Hildy mention that, or is your understanding from your meeting with Ms. Hildy and city staff on June 1st, 2020, that the city desired for the farmers, for the city square to have some location for a farmer's market?
That's the understanding, yes. We didn't get too much into the programming. It was about a 1 hour video conference, and this was one discussion item of a handful. But it was understood that there was a desire to accommodate a farmer's market within a city square space.
And would it be possible to accommodate a farmer's market of some kind within the space between blocks 5 and 6?
I believe so. The way it's currently designed right now, I think we can accommodate, certainly from a functional standpoint, at least 10 to 12, vendor tents, 10 by 10. We might have to do some shifting around of some of the planter areas to accommodate an efficient layout, but I think from a dimensional standpoint, we can certainly accommodate a farmer's market as well as other market activities. The question we'd like to have a deeper conversation with the city about is, what is the scale and size of a farmer's market? Whether it be different sizes that might be smaller in nature, or some that are grander that might stretch even beyond between blocks 5 and 6 into the notch in the future, or to the north in the future. But we certainly see this space as being accommodating for a farmer's market.
And is it the case that the town center infrastructure plan, together with Green Spine Development Guide, identify other characteristics desired for the city square space?
Yes, I mean, the TCIP has within the document itself, has a hierarchy of different characteristics. And as we sort of look down that list, it appears that we have provided many of those key characteristics. I'll just list a few of them here. Again, this is per the TCIP. The character of open space would be a hub of activity. We certainly see this as a hub of activity, as demonstrated by the pedestrian-oriented facades and activities along the edges of this space. The iconic space of town center. Certainly we see this as an iconic space within the town center. Having a regional draw for large event gatherings, certainly, again, this would be a focused area for these larger event gatherings happening within the town center. Dynamic marketplace, absolutely. Having the ability to have storefronts front along this this green spine open space along each of these edges would be certainly a dynamic aspect to this market space. Highly visible, yes. As we went through earlier testimony, there's these unfolding views and visibility that occurs as you move through this space. Streets and buildings define edges. In this scenario here, again, as we talked about with the roundabout locations, it's more the buildings that are defining the edges here between blocks 5 and 6. Looking at a 50-50 hardscape, a softscape balance. Again, as this is a highly urbanized, pedestrian-oriented space, I think we've struck that balance between hardscape and softscape creatively within this space here. Looking at the pedestrian functions, which is another key item for the primary open space. This transitioning between modes of transportation, we certainly have that. Again, below this block, as we mentioned, we have that primary parking facility that serves the uses on the ground floor as well as the residential units above. So this is certainly that transitional zone between the mode shift from parking, being in your vehicles, to getting out and walking about the town center. Wayfinding, I think we mentioned this in our design companion. There's plenty of opportunities to have wayfinding from within the parking structure and around the perimeter and throughout the circulation of these 2 blocks and beyond. Looking at, again, larger organized event gathering, if we can accommodate some of these market activities and festival events, farmers markets, pavilion. I think we've demonstrated a pavilion opportunity within this space with a trellis type structure that could serve as this performance venue or multi-use platform. Retail spill out. Again, as we look at the design of these edges of the space at the green spine level there, we're going to have that transparency and openness for that retail spill out. Again, we see that as a great opportunity to provide that.
Objection. I don't even remember what the question on the floor was, but I guess that's the point, is there's no question on the floor. We are now in the rebuttal phase, and these lengthy declamations are going to lengthen the hearing beyond what is appropriate, especially for a rebuttal phase of a hearing. Thank you.
He was asked what TCIP open space characteristics they felt their project met. And although I didn't go to the document to look at it, it sounds like he's going through a list that's in the TCIP and responding to either each one or each one he thinks they meet. I'm going to allow.
Would it help if we offered to stipulate that Mr. Zinsser thinks that it meets all the factors?
No.
Because all he's doing is going through and saying, we meet this, we meet this, we meet this. It's just on rebuttal testimony. This is really beyond rebuttal. It's extended declamation.
If I may. Yeah, I think Ms. Hildy was indicating that the city had in mind something larger, something different for a city square than the area between blocks 5 and 6. The hearing examiner had even asked, would that work? And he said, no, we have something different in mind. And so Mr. Zinsser is trying to explain how that area between blocks 5 and 6 is exactly what the city's documents have in mind for that city square. The IP, and it's also in the Green Line Development Guide. I don't know that he's got much longer to go in his list, but I think it's helpful for the hearing examiner to hear how the plan meets the characteristics desired for this space.
2 quick points. First, I can't hear Mr. Roos. He's kind of breaking up a little bit. It may be a mic distance issue. The other thing is, could someone please remind me, because now I have lost the thread. What exhibit are we looking at what page?
They didn't cite an exhibit. He's talking about the TCIP, and I don't think he ever said a page, because if he did, I didn't write it down. And I'm just wondering
what we're looking at on the screen.
Oh, on the screen. That was Exhibit 1029, Bates, page 5, I believe.
Yes, correct.
That right, Mr. Roos?
That's correct. And is my microphone better when I put the headset back on like this?
I think it does.
Okay, I will stick with this.
Yeah, your voice was a little garbled before.
Okay, all right.
I was tracking it, but with a lot of concentration.
Okay.
And what Mr. Zinsser is, the list of things that he's reading off here, they're not from the exhibit that's on the screen, correct?
Correct. They're from either the TCI, or he can explain. Okay.
Passe, right.
Yeah,
okay.
we could probably take that exhibit off the screen.
Very good.
And he's talking with Mr. Maybe I'll ask him, Mr. Zinsser, are you talking about the characteristics identified in the Town Center Infrastructure Plan, or the Green Spine Development Guide, or both?
The Town Center Infrastructure Plan right now.
Okay. Okay.
It talks about character of open space, pedestrian function, and then there's ecological functions as well. And I was looking at the pedestrian functions before we started this conversation just now.
And I'm going to overrule the objection and allow you to continue.
So I think I left off talking about the retail spill out and how we see that happening around the perimeter of the green spine space. The farmers market, we talked a little bit about that in terms of certainly the ability to accommodate some vending for 10 to 12 10 by 10 tents as the space is currently configured. We might be able to increase that with some minor reconfiguration and some more dialogue with the city if that was the direction we went in. And the opportunity for small impromptu gatherings, that seemed to be an important pedestrian function as well. And as we look at the shape and size and sort of the hierarchy of pathways through that space, there's these opportunities on the sides of that north-south corridor to have these, I think it may be mentioned in some of the other planning documents, for these eddies of smaller, quiet activities that happen off to the side while that primary access is continuing north-south. So again, we have this very layered approach. I think we can accommodate a lot of these pedestrian functions within one space. On the ecological function side, I think the city understands, at least in the planning document, that it would be of a lesser degree in this primary open space, if, just given the urban nature of it. So there'd be, certainly less of an opportunity for stormwater collection. Again, it is the lowest ecological function of open space within the green spine. The rain gardens probably are not possible. Permeable paving certainly is possible. That's something we could look at as an integrated approach to stormwater capture, and perhaps some rainwater harvesting. And again, as the city lists in the TCIP, I think it's understood that there might be more of a runoff production with the space versus an opportunity to treat the stormwater in this urban space.
Okay. You've been identifying how the space between blocks 5 and 6 could function as a city square. Now, you had the June 2020 resubmittal identified a location. While continuing to offer this space, it also offered a space north of 4th Street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's in Exhibit 1031 at Bates page 8. Perhaps if we could put that on the screen briefly. And blow up the screen on the right. And you see that the city square is identified north of 4th Street there. Would that be able to accommodate an average of 120-foot wide city square, given that space on STCA property shown as the city square?
Yes, we believe so. And it would be in alignment with that north-south datum of the green spine as it's contemplated by the city.
Okay. And you identified a bunch of characteristics that the open space between blocks 5 and 6 contains. Could you incorporate those same kind of characteristics for a city square north of 4th Street as well, with further participation and dialogue with the city?
Absolutely.
Okay. Let's turn now to the topic of townhouses. And a couple of city witnesses talked about the wedding cake and how the city's expectation is that the top of the wedding cake extend throughout the entirety of the A1 zone. Is that kind of what you understood from some of those city witnesses?
That's what I recall hearing, yes.
Okay. Do you agree with that concept as one that is feasible or realistic for the A1 zone?
I don't. I think there's some factors that certainly play into that, but I don't think that that's an approach that is feasible for the entire TCA1 zone.
Okay, and what's the basis for your view on that?
Well, the first one is the roundabout locations and the shift relative to the TCA1 zone and TCA or TCB zone, particularly on the south side of Southeast 4th Street. As I think we talked about before, that really compresses that block, that narrow strip of land that is left between 224th and the TCB TCA1 zone boundary line. And that pushes that block even closer to the TCC and the R1. So we're within, 350 feet plus or minus within that entire stretch between the zones there. So really it creates a challenge to really provide that formal step from, we're thinking about this wedding cake 6-story datum, and it creates this abrupt change in scale immediately adjacent to the TCB zone. We don't have that ability to make that wedding cake transition in an appropriate way that is compatible with those adjacent uses and building forms.
Okay, so that's the roundabout factor. Are there other factors that make the wedding cake top throughout the entire A1 zone not possible?
The other is just the challenge of the commercial cap that we have in the TCA1 zone. As mentioned before, the overall commercial square footage is 250,000 square feet. And as we discussed, a great portion of that has been exported into the TCB zone with the TRF project. And with our current proposal of 82,000 square feet, we're only left with 53,000 square feet of commercial space left.
And let me just pause there. And that's 53,000 square feet for the entirety of blocks 3 and 4,
correct,
and 8 and 9,
correct,
and everything north of Southeast 4th Street.
That's correct.
How many square feet, please?
53,000.
53. Thank you.
Yes. And as we look at this core that has been established by the TRF project, and as we aggregate and build upon that with blocks 5, 6, and 7, we're looking to extend and create the ability to build that same pattern of density on the north side of Southeast 4th Street, as well as look at, appropriate square footages for blocks 8 and 9 in the future as well. So again, we're looking at this from a TCA1 zone north and south context. As we look at that, it's just not feasible to think that we can fill up a 6-story datum across that entire TCA1 zone. We run out of commercial space. Because as we looked at some of these other case study projects, with 53,000 square feet, we were able to accommodate that within, between 2 and 4 acres of land. When you look at the leftover land after that, there's just simply not enough commercial space to essentially fill that form for a 6-story datum across the entire TCA1 zone.
So it sounds like you're suggesting, don't want to put words in your mouth, but perhaps a disconnect between the typology of 5 and 6 stories, top of wedding cake throughout the whole A1 zone, and the reality of a 250,000 square foot commercial cap in the A1 zone. I think
objection. Let the record reflect. Let the record reflect that when we read this quote in a brief, it'll be a statement by Mr. Roos leading his witness, not a statement by the witness himself. And this was a rather lengthy one. It would be good if Mr. Zinsser could state his own conclusions. Thank you.
Please rephrase the question.
So do you believe that the city's vision of a 5 to 6 story typology throughout the A1 zone is consistent with the 250,000 square foot cap?
It is not. It is not feasible.
And that's particularly so because of the 100,000 square feet or so of commercial that has been located in the TCB zone for the TRF project. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I will just identify some of the details of your testimony were provided in your direct testimony in exhibits 1028. I'm not going to go through those again, but that's where I think you provided some of the backup and details for some of the points you've been making. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I'd like to put on the screen SMC 21B.95.0506. And these are the building scale and compatibility planning principles. Is that your understanding, Mr. Zinser?
Yes.
And the city's decision did not question the project's consistency with 6A, correct?
I do not believe so. I don't recall that.
So it acknowledged that this criterion was met.
Correct.
With respect to 6B, you heard testimony from the city about how this planning principle was not consistent with the project due to, among other things, wedding cake issues. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. You see the term mixed use nodes in the first sentence of 6B. Does that term mixed use node have a specific definition in the code?
I believe it refers to the TCA zones.
Okay, so each TCA zone is its own mixed use node under
Correct.
that definition.
That's my understanding.
Okay, and as you were preparing the building organization and design concepts for this UZDP, were you looking at the entire mixed use node?
Yes. It's looking at the node and its relationship to the context around the entire perimeter. And again, as we look at the second part of this B section, we look at the ways that this UZDP might be accomplished through the building organization. And I'm just going to read through here. For example, through orientation of buildings around an open space or other feature, use of axial symmetry, vistas, topography, etc., or a hierarchy of building massing. A hierarchy of building massing. I repeat that, such as a stepped up wedding cake formation. So when we look at that hierarchy, in my mind, it is, not just one, it's a multitude of building massings to create this hierarchy and stepping it up as appropriate in this wedding cake formation as we look at this entire mixed use node and all the context it touches upon.
And again, the mixed use node is the entire TCA1 zone, both north and south of 4th Street.
That's correct. And as we this cake is being built, right? We've got the TRF project. And then as we look at blocks 5, 6, and 7, that is really beginning to define this centroid, this top of the wedding cake. And as we exhaust the ability to implement more commercial space, that begins to tell us how we have the ability to step while looking at these context elements to the east, north, and south of the TCA1 zone. And west, I should say.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Pyle's characterization of blocks 3 and 4 as a monolith or a monoculture of townhouses?
Yes, I recall that statement.
Okay, and do you agree with that?
I don't. Again, with the townhomes that we proposed, it's really looking at an integrated approach to what's happening on the east side with blocks 5, 6, and 7, in integration with the west side in the Brownstones West project. So the townhomes that we are proposing is really an opportunity for us to create that sense of place, which ties together the mixed use components of blocks 5, 6, and 7, transitioning into the Brownstones West. And we're using those buildings as that opportunity to demonstrate a lot of the same unifying and streetscape characteristics that we're achieving with those mixed use blocks and buildings. So for instance, as we talked a little bit about during the townhome discussion, you know, the things that we've done with those townhomes in terms of providing a pedestrian-oriented face, a facade with the stoops, an urban presentation to the street, balconies. So there's a similar language of building components that you're finding with the mixed-use buildings and the townhomes. So there's not this sort of disconnect in terms of that language of building components. We took an opportunity, we embraced 30-foot setback to look at opportunities for these urban gardens in the front yard, defined by decorative railings and low walls and ornamental landscape. So again, just trying to create this sense of place and harmony between that transition from the mixed-use buildings with 5, 6, and 7 as part of this mixed-use core area into the Brownstones West components of the B and C zones. So again, I guess I would take exception to that being a monoculture expression, rather a very appropriate way to transition between those two zones with a building form and use that is very compatible on that narrow strip of TCA 1 zone.
West of 224th.
Correct.
Okay. I believe you heard Mr. Hankins testify earlier that there might be a creative way that townhouses and commercial uses could be blended in blocks 3 and 4 in some way. He didn't specify how, but he indicated that. Is that the first you had heard of the concept of being able to blend? Is that the first time you heard from the city that they would possibly allow blending of townhouses and commercial uses on blocks 3 and 4?
It is. It is.
And is that perhaps a possibility for blocks 3 and 4 here?
It's possible. Certainly, we would have to look at a balance and have more conversations with the city to understand exactly what their thoughts about that might be.
And are there some caveats and limitations on what might be possible?
Certainly, again, we have to be mindful of the fact that we've got this limited amount of square footage under the MOU with 18,000 square feet and then ultimately 53,000 square feet for the full build out north and south. So we want to make sure that we have a viable square footage to allow for the future build out of blocks 8 and 9, as well as extending the pattern of density to the north. So again, I think we would certainly need to have some more conversations with the city to get an understanding of what that blend might be and look at some parking scenarios such that we wouldn't be forced to go underground.
Okay. But perhaps you could explain what was the general vision for how the commercial areas in the TCA 1 zone would extend from blocks 5, 6, and 7, where you want to concentrate most of that, and why?
The general vision was to sort of bookend the end of 225th Street. So that creates that anchor as we're coming to the south, and certainly have enough to have a viable commercial density and pattern on the north side of Southeast 4th Street. Because again, even if we look at removing, let's call it several thousand square feet from that 53,000 square feet, that is a very limited amount of square footage to apply on roughly, 12 to 13 acres of TCA 1 zone on the north side of Southeast 4th Street. So again, we're looking at this from a TCA 1 zone standpoint, north and south of Southeast 4th Street.
Okay. I'd like to conclude by asking you a little bit about the flyover video that the city put together. Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, we quickly pulled together a couple of still slides on that just to look at a preliminary assessment.
Okay, Mr. Hearing Examiner, the exhibit we'd like to share here has been prepared in response to Ms. Hildy's testimony about the flyover video. We feel the need to respond with just a one-page exhibit noting some of the inconsistencies with that flyover video and actual site conditions and planning documents.
Okay. Your next available exhibit number is 1033. And what is this I'm going to get?
We will put this on the screen, and I will have Mr. Zinser, who prepared the exhibit, explain what is on this page.
Okay. And will you be able to electronically send it to Ms. Schaff?
Yes.
Super.
We'll do that. We'll go ahead and do that now, and to the other parties as well.
Does it have a title? Is it just one page?
It's just one page. And Mr. Zinser, perhaps you can explain what you've done here.
Sure. Yes. I think this might be one of the first.
Let me just interrupt. It says at the top, and we can give it this title: video assessment, or STC video assessment, up at the top.
Ah, okay.
To ask if can we get a copy? Can we get a copy of that in some legible form, because it's not really legible here.
We can circulate it. We can circulate it by email. Mr. Williams can do that. The imagery is a little bit fuzzy because it's a still shot of the video, I believe, right, Mr. Zinser? And maybe I don't want words in your mouth. Maybe you can explain how.
That's correct. The resolution of the image really can't get any better than this. It's the function of the video we were watching. And I tried to crop the first, still that the city stopped on during the presentation, just to kind of look at it and understand some of the variables relative to what's on the ground today. So again, just a couple of general notes. We assume that this.
Can I ask again, before the witness goes on, if we could have a copy circulated so that I can look at something I can read as he's talking? I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's take a minute or two. Is Mr. Williams?
Let me find out.
Is Mr. Williams able to email this to the other parties while he still has it up on the screen for us to see, or does he need to take it down to email it and then bring it back for us?
Let me find out. Hang on.
While he's checking that, Mr. Zinser, do I presume correctly that all of the annotations, the yellow circles, yellow lines, and the numbers from 1 to 6, all of those features were added by you folks as annotations?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I remember the exhibit, though, had the colors, didn't it? It had the blue circle and the green grass. And
that's correct.
Yeah, and I remember the origami sculpture.
Yes.
I can see that in the corner down there. Okay. So, Mr. Roos, what did you find out about his ability to shoot it to people?
I believe he just sent it a couple minutes ago.
Okay.
All the parties, including the hearings.
We did receive it a couple minutes ago, half a minute, whatever ago, we received it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does that help? Of course, that lets each of you individually enlarge it if you want.
Yes, and it is helpful because I couldn't read any of the writing on the side, and now I can read it. Yes, thank you.
Great. Okay, Mr. Roos, you can continue on with your witness.
Okay, just one quick comment. I'm being told that this is perhaps exhibit 1033 rather than 1032. Do we have our numbering?
I thought I said 1033.
Okay, I'm sorry.
If I didn't, I erred.
Okay,
it is
no
1033.
Okay, we're on the perfect. Okay, Mr. Zinsser, go ahead and continue with just your brief summary of some of the things you observed about this drawing.
Sure. I guess we'll just start with number one. The concept depicted is certainly obsolete and doesn't represent the factors in place at the time of this 2019 UZDP. And some of those I think we talked throughout the course of the past several days. The TRF project is not included at this time. The Southeast 4th Street Improvement Project is not depicted. The other thing, just from a site standpoint, the way this is modeled is as if the site is completely flat. Again, it's understood as a concept, but certainly topography plays a big part of this site in the TCA 1 zone. So as we look at this, we're keeping that in our mind as well as in terms of the feasibility of what is being presented as this concept. The other factors on the ground as well, as we look at the relationship of the Notch property. If you can see my cursor, I'm sort of hovering over this one over here.
I don't think you have the cursor control, so
you don't.
Perhaps
the
perhaps
left,
you can.
yes, it appears that there might be some buildings that are either overlapping or directly fronting onto the Notch property with this particular concept.
And that Notch property is owned by the city.
Correct.
Okay.
So again, as we look at some of the specific items, particularly with Southeast 4th Street, again, this site plan or this model contemplates, 4-way traffic signal controlled intersections at points 2 and 2 here. As we know, and again, this is a rough diagram here, that the roundabouts are actually positioned here with number 1 in the southeast corner, and then farther to the west in this location here. So there is a bit of distance, obviously, between what is represented now and the actual condition. The other item, number 3, is that the streets don't comply with the TCIP for the A, primary streets, and B, secondary street strategy with, again, those highly pedestrianized streets combined with those service-oriented streets into a network and structure of a grid and layout pattern. What we see instead is this horseshoe around this larger park here. We don't see those, continuations of east-west connections tying into that 1, 2, 3 north-south streets that were creating that that system of A and B streets. The other thing, as an aside, it's interesting that this green space does have on-street parking around the perimeter, which was understood to be not possible under the current code for parking adjacent to park spaces. So again, it's another smaller interesting layer as we look at these components here. Number 4, we're looking at the location and access of adequate parking supply seems to be undetermined for several buildings. I'm just going to point out a few here. If we look at the north side of Southeast 4th Street, the buildings along the green spine here do not appear to have any parking associated with them, unless it's understood that they're below the park or below the green spine, in which case we don't see any access points to those underground facilities. So, the question in our mind is, how is parking being thought about relative to the composition of this plan? Then with number 5, we see several instances where the off-street parking structures and surface lots don't comply with the municipal code relative to pedestrian-oriented street frontage. In particular, if we're looking at the TRF block, the lower corner, number 5, I think where the mouse was just hovering, we see in this lower corner here, a parking facility right on the street, structured parking, as well as where we were before and the top part of the page, what appears to be surface parking. Perhaps there's some below grade parking associated with that, but is really positioned right on the corner of what would assume to be a pedestrian oriented street. So some questions, as to the viability of this based upon the. Yep.
Sorry, let me just, is surface parking allowed under the town center development code in the A1 zone?
Not that I can, not that I understand. Not for a pedestrian oriented street. For a mixed use street, surface parking is allowed off to the side, but not on if this was to be determined to be a pedestrian oriented street, that parking lot surface or structure would not be permitted. The other question relative to parking, it looks like there's a large parking facility in the upper left corner. And again, this is, I understand this concept plan, but it seems to be an inappropriate, perhaps incompatible use with the immediately adjacent TCB and C zones farther to the west. There seems to be some open space between the street and the parking facility, and it's unclear as to what uses this parking facility is providing supply to. Is it just these buildings along the park, or is it for the larger district? The last point, again, looking at the wedding cake approach, number 6, it appears that within, this TCA 1 zone, there are certainly several buildings that step, below the 6-story datum, that top wedding cake tier. You can see that certainly where that mouse was just hovering. It's hard to tell in these aerial perspectives, but I think when you get into the deeper movie where you're actually on the street, you begin to see some of the buildings are perhaps 2 and 3 stories mixed in with some of these other buildings. So again, I think, this model contemplated, the ability to have step buildings within this district, again, just as a way of creating this hierarchy of building forms within the TCA 1 zone. Again, this is not an exhaustive, list. It's just kind of a preliminary assessment of this model here.
Okay, I have no further questions for Mr. Zinser.
Thank you. Mr. Eglick, do you wish to cross-examine?
I do. Can we go back? Was it exhibit 1029? Can we go back to that?
Would you like Mr. Williams to put it back on the screen if he can?
Sure, please. Thank you. And I think we're talking about page 5, which it looks like what we have up there. Is that right?
Yes. That's what he's got.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Zinser, did you or your team or whatever it is at Shook Kelly prepare exhibit 1029, page 5?
We prepared the right half. Yeah, we prepared the entire exhibit, but in terms of the actual drawing, we did the drawing on the right side of this page, correct?
So was the right-hand side submitted as part of an STCA UZDP application?
No.
This was actually prepared, wasn't it? I have to admit the print's too small for me to read, but I have a feeling this was prepared sometime in late June, wasn't it?
I don't recall. It was certainly after the the June 1st meeting, and after the receipt, I think we received the diagram on the left June 3rd. So I believe it was maybe at the end of June into August.
Well, I'm actually asking whether it was prepared in late June 2021.
Late June.
This year.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
No.
Pardon me?
The exhibit was prepared, that drawing was prepared earlier.
Well, I'm looking at the exhibit list we got from STCA Council, and for 1029 it says City Square and Greenspine overview, and then it's, for the date column it says June 24, 2021, which would be over a year after the last submittal of the city, if I'm not mistaken. So did council get it wrong?
I guess I'm unclear as to which component we're talking about. If we're talking
right-hand side.
The right-hand side?
Yep. Page 5, right-hand side.
Mr. Eglick, as you gentlemen are talking, I'm looking at the full exhibit 1029 in my binder, and I'm not seeing preparation dates on any of the pages that I've looked at so far. So I'm not sure that the full document's going to help much.
And I'm really glad you said that, Mr. Examiner, because I thought it was maybe just you're validating it's not just my glasses and my poor vision. I couldn't find anything either, but the type at the bottom is kind of small. So, well, let me ask maybe another question, since Mr. Zinsser is trying to figure out whether STCA Council has the correct date or not in their submission. But let me ask you another question. Was this submitted to the city, the right-hand side, page 5, as part of anything that STCA submitted to the city? Apologize for the redundancy, before the city issued its decision?
No.
And I take it, I mean, we're talking about, you know, location of the town square. Is this drawing, if that's what it's, this right-hand side, meant to say that STCA is now offering to locate the city square south of 4th?
No, we were just evaluating the space we provided between 5 and 6 based upon the formula that we were given to by the city.
Okay, but this is not supposed to convey to the examiner that STCA is in any way proposing city square south of 4th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you familiar with the terms primary or secondary open space?
Yes.
And what's the difference?
The primary open space is the city square, and the secondary space is sort of the next tier in terms of hierarchy. So it's less urban in its characteristics, and it's smaller in its size.
Okay, in the revised UZDP application that STCA submitted in June 2019, was it 2019 or 2020? Sorry. this area that is shown in this page 5 of Exhibit 1029, how was that described? Was that described as primary open space or secondary open space?
A secondary open space.
Okay. Sorry for the crinkling papers. I'm going over my notes. I think you were testifying about the limitations that you perceive in the square footage available with regard to the development in the TCA 1 zone. And you, I think, were expressing the view that there was some limitation on development, as the city has said it would like to see. Were you expressing that based on an assumption of development that would employ a substantial amount of commercial space, or were you expressing that based on an assumption that development would employ or incorporate a substantial amount of residential and associated space?
I'm going to object to the form of that question. It's pretty long, and I wonder if it can be broken up or restated.
Well, let me try it another way. What allocation of commercial and residential space did you have in mind in your testimony about the limitations that would be confronted by how much commercial square footage was available for development in the area of the UZDP?
I think the concern, if I understand the question correctly, is that we have enough commercial square footage to continue the density of commercial use consistent with the pattern that is established by the TRF project and our blocks 5, 6, and 7. There is a limitation in terms of the amount of square footage left. And those densities between those 4, if we consider, TRF as a block, we think of blocks 5, 6, and 7, those all hover around a density that is around, between 15 and 20,000 square feet per acre. If we look at applying that same pattern of density, we're going to exhaust the square footage for commercial development within 2 to 4 acres. That's the concern.
I think somewhere in there was a kernel, but I'm hoping for a general. Can you again tell me what percentage of residential square footage and by the same and associated uses, and what percentage of commercial uses square footage you assumed in your testimony about the limitations of development under the city's interpretation?
I'm not sure if I understand the question then. Percentages of what?
Percentage of square footage residential, percentage of square footage commercial.
Percentages of what though? Of what's remaining?
Yeah, do you have an area that you're saying you can't develop because you're limited by a allocation of commercial space? And I'm asking what percent of the development that you're contemplating is commercial and what percent is residential that underlay your conclusion that this wouldn't work?
I apologize. I might need to see a plan or an exhibit to respond to. I'm trying to understand the percentage relative to land area that's available for future commercial development.
I guess I may not have understood your testimony, so maybe we can go over it again and it'll become clear. Why is the, what did you say was 18,000 square feet? Is that what you said is left for the A1 zone in terms of commercial developable space in this UZDP?
The MOU is for 100,000 square feet, and we are proposing 82,000 square feet of that MOU. So that 18,000 square feet is inclusive. I mean, it's within that 53,000 square feet that is remaining for the entire TCA 1 zone, south and north of Southeast 4th Street.
And is that square footage, the square footage size of the land area, or is that the square footage of what's developed in structures placed on the land area?
That's commercial square footage. That's building area that we're talking about, 53,000 square feet.
Okay. And I take it your testimony is that that's not enough to achieve the kind of approach that you would like to achieve for STCA. Is that right?
I don't think.
We have to be very thoughtful about how we implement that 53,000 square feet.
Okay.
Based on the factors on the ground and the pattern of development that is in place right now.
But in fact, there is another option, isn't there? And that is, in addition to that 53,000 square feet or whatever the number is of commercial developable space, you can develop with residential mixed use, can't you?
I don't see how.
I mean that the numbers are limited in some way for mixed use residential development, the square footage numbers?
Once we exhaust the commercial is exhausted. If we exhaust 53,000 square feet of commercial space, there is no mixed use residential. There is just residential.
Well, how much commercial space has to be in a mixed use residential building per code?
For a pedestrian-oriented street, with the building typology we're talking about, we're looking at about between 15 and 20,000 square feet per acre.
Is that per code? And if so, can you show me where the code says that?
It's not specified directly by code, but indirectly by the fact that we would have to have pedestrian-oriented, commercial space along those street frontages, and then the supporting commercial or residential above that. That's the pattern of density that you would have for a mixed-use commercial residential building with that same pattern of density and development that is demonstrated with the TRF project and with what we're proposing on blocks 5, 6, and 7.
Okay, so I think we've established in your response that the code doesn't require a minimum commercial square footage for a mixed-use building. Is that correct?
Not directly, but when you look at the...
I think that's a yes or no question.
I object to forcing the witness to answer any yes/no question.
It probably ought to be a yes/no question. I don't know whether the code says it's a yes/no question. So I'll allow him some latitude, but it should be a short answer, if not just yes/no.
Let me ask it a different way. Are you aware of any specific code provision, Mr. Zinsser, that establishes a minimum amount of commercial square footage required in a residential mixed-use building?
I'm not aware of one.
Okay, thank you. And do you disagree with Ms. Hildy's observation as to mixed-use building, for example, can have a lobby that also is not counted as commercial, but is counted as residential?
I do not disagree.
Okay. And do you disagree with Ms. Hildy that a mixed-use building can have a commercial use, say a coffee shop on the first floor that doesn't take up huge amounts of square footage?
I would disagree.
Okay, what about, I don't know if, given the pandemic, I'm not sure people use them anymore, but what about a dry cleaners?
I wouldn't disagree.
Okay. You said that you have recognized the city had a desire for open space for a farmer's market within the city square. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that's actually something not just called out by the department, that's actually in some of the organic documents for the town center, isn't it?
It's correct. It's mentioned for the primary zone and the secondary zone.
Okay. So when did you first ask the city how large a space it thought would be necessary for a farmer's market? Specifically.
I can't recall specifically. I recall a general discussion about the scale of the farmer's market. And I recall the city's vision was for a very large market event space. But we did not have an opportunity to talk about specific size or functions and other details related to that sort of event.
I think with Mr. Roos, you were talking about continuing to, I think it was said, offer the city the space or offer the space referring to exhibit, what is it, 1029, page 5, right-hand side, but then also doing something north of 4th Street. You recall that?
Yes, we proposed the city square with our last submittal on the north side of Southeast 4th Street.
And do you have is there a schematic that was, is that what you call these, you know, like what page 5 is? You call that a schematic? What's the right word?
What does the title of that figure say?
Shook Kelly Town Center Attachment 2. Doesn't really call it anything. I'm just asking, what's the generic term? Do I call this a plan, a schematic?
It's called Figure 7 Architectural Site Plan.
Okay.
That's what we call it.
Okay, so it's a figure.
It's a figure number, and then as the hearing examiner stated, there's a title associated with that figure.
Okay, so where's the analog to this for north of 4th that you prepared and STCA submitted to the city?
Are you basically asking if STCA prepared a site plan for the potential city square location north of 4th?
More or less, yes, sir, and thank you.
Okay. Does that, I don't know whether that helps clarify what he's after or not, Mr. Zinser.
It does. We did not prepare a site plan for that. We were simply showing a location north of Southeast 4th Street and an approximate location where that could occur.
And that would be on STCA property?
Yes, sir.
So if you're the city in June of 2020, I guess, and you're saying, okay, we think we've told them, or we have told them in our view where City Square should go. They have told us, well, maybe it could go up here. And that's an area that's not part of the UZDP application. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you want to figure out, if you're the city, well, is that really feasible? Is that going to work? How is that going to look? What are they giving us? What, if anything, what did the city have to go on in your knowledge? What can I find a picture, a figure someplace that shows that in some sort of informational detail?
No, again, with that illustrative plan, we were showing the location. I think we gave a little bit of context to see where that sits on the north side of Southeast 4th Street. And in our response, we said, you know, certainly we want to have continued conversations with the city to finalize location, the shape, the design, the functions relative to, you know, variables that perhaps we're not aware of on that north side. So again, we weren't. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to ask you. So, what should I be looking at now when I'm in following up on your response? Are you referring to a particular figure that gave the city that information in June of 2020?
Yes, I don't have that exhibit number handy, but it was a comment that we included with our response.
It's a comment, or it's a figure that shows the configuration? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Sure, it was a comment response, and accompanied with that was, you know, again, we outlined and depicted the 3 composite plans that were identified in the TCIP, and we showed our illustrative site plan, which showed that north location. And we, in our response, I'm paraphrasing here, we are proposing this as our city square location, and we'd like to continue conversations with the city to advance design discussions for that.
Do you have a lot more for him, Mr. Eglick? If you do,
I do have a bit, yes.
Let's break now then. It's
okay.
It's 3:10. We'll be at recess for the afternoon break until 3:20. 3:20 reconvene.
This conference will now be recorded. This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you, and welcome back. It is now 3:22 p.m. on July 19, 2021. This is session 31 in the appeal of UZDP 2019-00562. Mr. Eglick is continuing cross-examination of Mr. Zinsser, and I remind you again, sir, you're still under oath. Go ahead, Mr. Eglick.
Thank you. Could you look at Exhibit 1031 at page 8, please? Let me know when you're there, please.
I may need to have that brought up on screen for me, please.
Would it help if I told you what it was?
It's on the screen now, I believe.
Oh, okay. Magic. So looking on the right-hand side of this Exhibit 1031, page 8, so there's a place that it's labeled, it's highlighted, or it's colored green, and it's labeled Primary Zone City Square. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is that the area that we've been talking about as north of 4th that STCA owns?
That's correct.
And is STCA offering to give all that to the city for the primary zone city square?
Not that I'm aware of.
Is it offering to give some part of it to the city for primary zone city square?
I don't know.
Well, how big is that area, by the way? It looks like the green area is what defines it. Do you know how big that is?
I think we're describing an area of approximately an acre or so.
And
it's just more of a diagrammatic.
I don't know what that means. What is diagrammatic? When you said more of a diagrammatic, what does that mean?
It's very loose in its boundaries or description, I guess. Again, we're showing a general area.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Area to be, again, advanced through further discussions with the city.
So for this diagrammatic area, you don't know what part of it the STCA was offering to give to the city for a city square? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And well, I mean, the examiner's already pointed out some of the kind of particular problem with north of 4th with regard, for example, I guess he's referenced the MOU, but
I object. I don't think the hearing examiner pointed out any quote unquote particular problem. I object to that testimony right there by Mr. Eglick.
I'll sustain it.
Oh, maybe I misunderstood. I thought the examiner said that the city square couldn't be north because of the MOU.
I think I did say that. I don't remember whether I said it in context of anything this witness has said.
Oh, okay. No, I wasn't saying that. I was just providing that as background. So, and actually asking him to put that aside. So, because I don't think that was in front of anyone in June of 2020 or before. But I guess the question is, Mr. Zinsser, do you know why well, strike that. Let me ask a different question. Did you prepare any conceptual plans for City Square in this area defined in green?
No, this is the only representation.
So there's nothing else submitted to the city that provided further detail or information on how this area would be used as the city square. Is that correct?
There was, I think, perhaps some narrative in the design companion, but graphically, nothing beyond this figure 6.
I think you commented on testimony by Mr. Hankins and his suggestion of the possibility of what I think people have been calling a blend. You were talking with counsel about it. I wanted to make sure that your testimony is clear on that. Are you saying that that's not possible?
No, I said it is possible with some caveats.
You're the second witness to use that word in this hearing. Okay. And can we bring that flyover exhibit up, please?
No, that would be 1033.
Thank you. And looking at that, Mr. Zinsser, are you disagreeing that it shows the primary zone as south of 4th?
I guess I would have to rely on, from what I recall from Ms. Hildy's testimony, that was their intent, that would be the primary zone in this concept.
And you don't disagree with her, do you?
Objection to the form of the question. Agree with her on what this exhibit shows or what the city's intent was?
What the exhibit shows.
It appears to show primary zone south of Southeast 4th Street.
Did you do the markup or whatever you call it, the annotations on this exhibit, Mr. Zinsser?
Yes, sir.
And so that meant you've been working with this exhibit for quite some time to get that done. Is that correct?
Not some time. We just saw this on Friday, I believe.
Well, how long did it take you to work on this exhibit and do the annotations?
I'm going to object to the relevance of this question.
It's a foundational question for follow-up questions.
Well, I'm inclined to think it's probably not relevant, but since I don't know what the follow-up questions are going to be, it's kind of hard to sustain the objection. So I'll overrule it. But if we don't go anyplace logical, Mr. Roosh, you can file it again. So how many hours or minutes or days did you spend on this?
I would say a couple of hours.
Working on this exhibit, is that right?
Correct.
So if you look at annotation, is it 5? The off-street parking structures and surface lots do not comply with SMC relative to pedestrian-oriented street frontage. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And why? What's special about pedestrian-oriented street frontage that creates a problem that you've identified here?
That parking facilities can't be exposed to the street.
And see, I guess I'm at a disability, maybe you aren't, but are those called out somewhere as strictly parking facilities?
No, but we see cars parked in a lot configuration, which I can deduce are parking facilities.
And so you assume they're parking facilities, and they say, well, it doesn't comply with pedestrian orientation. Is that right?
Correct.
Is there anything about annotation 5 and the conclusion you reach that is inconsistent with the location of the city squares south of 4th, shown on this flyover figure?
I don't see a connection between those facilities and that space on the south side of 4th Street.
Now, if you would look also at annotation 4, which says the location and access of adequate parking supply is undetermined for several buildings.
Correct, yes.
And you're saying it's undetermined because you can't see it on the flyover plan, flyover figure?
That's correct. It's just can't be determined.
Is that something that affects the conclusion that the city square is shown south of Southeast 4th?
I don't think it has an impact on the location that's depicted.
And then number 6, a wedding cake approach. I'm reading a quote, a wedding cake approach to stepping building forms is implemented inside the TCA 1 zone. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And is your point there, and correct me if I'm wrong, but is your point there that, well, there are some things that are tiered down or stepped down within what's shown in this figure? Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall the testimony as to when this figure dates from?
Yes.
And what was that? What do you recall?
I recall it's after 2011 and sometime before 2016. 2016 date being the one that's associated with the YouTube video.
Now, do you know whether at the time this flyover video and this figure from it were created, the wedding cake concept had been incorporated into city plans and codes?
I expect so.
And you expect so? Why? How do you expect that? What's your basis for that?
That the video was created sometime after 2011.
And you think the wedding cake concept was in the city plans and codes prior to 2000 or at the time of creation of this video in 2011?
I believe so.
Then, number 1, you say the concept depicted is obsolete and does not represent factors in place at time of development per 2019 UZDP Phase 1. What do you mean by obsolete?
It doesn't represent what is possible based upon what is on the ground now. It's a dated plan. It has not been updated based upon the factors I spoke about, the TRF project, the Southeast 4th Street Improvement Project, and other factors including site topography.
Has the site topography changed for the location shown for the city square?
Changed since when? Or between when?
Between when this video and this figure were created and today?
The video shows, it appears to show a flat grade, and the existing grade is not flat.
Are you testifying that the existing grade is a product of recent action? Maybe I'll ask another question since.
If you could answer that or ask that a different way. The existing grade it's the existing grade. It's sloped right now.
Are you aware of any changes that have been made on the site since the time that this video was created that would preclude location of City Square south of 4th as shown?
It could not be located as shown. It could be located south of Southeast 4th Street, but not as shown, given the existing factors we talked about.
Let me ask it a different way. I think we're perhaps talking past each other. Is there anything that you're aware of, in your opinion, that makes location of the City Square south of Southeast 4th, what's the word you use, obsolete?
I believe this question has been asked and answered. I thought Mr. Eglick asked him about the obsolete language, and I believe Mr. Zinsser answered the question about the obsolete language.
First of all, I don't think that's the question I asked. Second of all, I don't think he really answered it. And third of all, I think the obsolete is the term he uses in the note 1. So that's why I'm asking in that way.
It strikes me, especially after hearing that the witness did all of this annotation and note stuff in some total of 2 hours, that the word obsolete might not be one worth trying to parse too much. Mr. Zinsser just said that he did not dispute that the City Square could be located south of 4th, but it couldn't be done as drawn on this flyover graphic. I think that's what, it seems to me that must be more what you're looking for than whether it's, quote, obsolete, as opposed to impossible or not feasible or some other word.
Well,
we could spend a lot of time on whether this thing is obsolete. And besides, remember, folks, we are talking about this schematic thing that, if I recall correctly, back to Friday, I think it was, or Thursday, whenever it was presented, was done as a PR thing to show the public kind of the concept of what might happen out here. We haven't had any testimony from anybody saying that this was intended to represent a real honest-to-gosh proposal. So I'm taking all this discussion with a grain of salt.
Well, in that case, I don't think I need to cross-examine more about it if that's the examiner's conclusion on the exhibit. The reason I was asking about obsolete is because it seemed to me that carried an implication that, whoops, the picture just went away. It seemed to me that carried an implication that the city square south of 4th as a concept was obsolete. And
well, let's ask him if that's what he meant. Ask him if that's what he meant. I think that's a legitimate phrase that way. I think that's a very legitimate question for you to ask him. Does he think it's obsolete?
Mr. Zinsser, you heard the examiner. Answer the question. The question is, I'm looking at your note 1 on this exhibit, and are you saying that the concept of City Square south of 4th is obsolete?
I'm not saying that.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, and a thank you to the examiner for your guidance.
And I guess I should say you're welcome. Mr. Zinsser, you said something, maybe if I read the TRF UZDP decision that's in the record, and I will admit that at this time I skimmed through it, I looked at the pictures, I did not read that exhibit in any detail before starting the hearing 6 days ago. And maybe my question will be answered if I do read it. But you said something to the effect that that project, that commercial space from the A1 zone was exported, I think that's the word you used, to the TRF project. Could you elaborate a little bit about that? How did they suck commercial space out of the A zone, A1 zone, and bring it into the B zone, which is what TRF is mostly zoned?
I think it's a function of the adjacency to the TCB, and there's provisions such that if you apply for a UZDP on a TCA1 zone that is adjacent to a TCB zone, you can pull commercial allocation into the B zone. I think that was one of the items that was negotiated with that project. Again, thinking back to the testimony from Mr. Maxim, as part of that project process, given a number of variables, to pull that much commercial square footage into the TCP zone.
And how much did they pull?
I think it's on the order of 103,000 square feet.
103,000. And that would be from
the 250,000 square feet
for the entire A1 zone.
Yes, sir.
And that 250,000 square feet, that's a code limit, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that 103,000 then is physically, except for, I guess it's 12 or 13,000 or something, it's all down in the B zone.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So your client is proposing to put 82,000 into blocks 5, 6, and 7.
Yes, sir.
And you've got 8 and 9, and what is it, 17? Well, there's more than 17. All those up there are A1 zone, aren't they? You got about 12 acres north of 4th.
Yes, sir.
It's A1. And 8 and 9 together are about how many acres? Roughly?
Oh, gosh, I would say on the order of 4 to 5 acres, I think.
Okay. I'll say 4. So then we got about 16 acres left. We've got 8 point something or other. People can argue about the decimal, but basically 8 acres in the UZDP, not all of which you're proposing to do commercial on, because we're subtracting 3 and 4 from it. And you're putting 82,000 acres into that, and you got 16 acres left to go, and way less than the amount of commercial you're putting in here to put in all the rest of this stuff. How does that work? Is STCA, are they hoping that the city will up the cap? I think I'm seeing what you're sort of skirting around is I don't see how you could replicate this intensity of development north of 4th with the amount of commercial you got available. And if you did, you couldn't put any commercial on 8 and 9. Am I missing something in this whole scheme?
No, sir.
Why not save some more commercial for a lot of the land that they've got left? It's all very confusing to me. If we're supposed to have the highest density in the A1 zone, it's like we're putting anticipated high density in the A1 zone south of 4th, and there ain't going to be anything nearly like it on the north side of 4th. North side of 4th will be the poor step cousin because there's not enough commercial to fill it up. Am I wrong? I mean,
I think part of it with, blocks 5, 6, and 7 was finding that balance of a commercial intensity and parking and then the residential component. So as we look at these mixed use projects, we're looking at these square footages that can be brought to the market at one point in time to make the project viable. So we're looking at that plus or minus, or 82,000 square feet as being that first commercial component for that core area.
That pays for the underground parking that's required for the whole kit and caboodle, essentially, crudely. Right. Okay.
With the residential that's associated with blocks 5 and 6, that represents, a typical management model for multifamily development in terms of, the units that they have aligned and the management teams that they bring on to service that. So as we look at those thresholds, that sort of fits perfectly for blocks 5 and 6 to create that management level for the multifamily as well as the commercial balance with the parking that we're providing under those blocks. And then with block 7, we saw that as an opportunity for perhaps a larger commercial anchor. And as we talked about early on, that anchor could be a larger square footage anchor, or it could be an anchor that's a cluster of smaller shops and restaurants, like a market hall, if you will. So that was sort of the intent there, to create that anchor associated with the mixed use residential and commercial, building upon the pattern of density that is there with the TRF project.
Okay. For a while this afternoon, I thought you were trying to convince me that the open space in the core of blocks 5 and 6 could serve as the city square. And then partway through your testimony, you suddenly said something that made me say, whoa, wait a minute, I don't think that's what he's trying to tell me at all. So, because you were talking about the central square and all of the capabilities that it would have. And we went through that long list where Mr. Eglick started objecting to the items that you were listing off. And at that time, I thought, because you were talking about farmers markets and small event things and big event things, I thought, oh, he's trying to convince me that this really is the city square and we don't need to look any further. And then later on, I think that might have been an answer to a question directly from Mr. Eglick. You said, no, that open space area in 5 and 6 is not intended to be the city square. So is that right? You folks don't view that as the city square. I just want to make sure I got that rock solid clear. You're not proposing that open space as city square. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
We see, yeah.
Attorneys usually tell you don't answer a question that hasn't been asked, but if you want to finish your sentence, we see, I'll listen.
We see advantages with both locations, but we're proposing the location north of Southeast 4th Street.
Now, do you see in part what the city's problem with that is? I think in part, and maybe this is just reading between the lines, sifting the tea leaves as I've listened to everybody for 6 days. I think in part the city is saying this UZDP will control uses south of 4th. It has no legal bearing on uses north of 4th. What happens if STCA builds this project south of 4th and for some reason or other never builds north of 4th? And we the city have bought off that, oh, it's going to be up north of 4th, but all of a sudden, sort of like many of the old planned residential developments back in the 50s and 60s, they promise the clubhouse, they promise the golf course, they build the houses, and then they go kapunk, and you never get the amenities. And that I don't think that happens nearly as much, if ever, now because of the way cities tend to link things in this stuff. But I'm thinking maybe that's their problem here is there's no guarantee. They don't see a link. They're afraid that the city's going to get, pardon me, gypped out of the city square. What would you say to me if I pose that as a concern that they might be having?
Well, I would say the green spine that we're proposing right now is an important link or component to the overall central open space, which is, the city square, the secondary space, all providing that direct link to the Sammamish or lower Sammamish Commons. That space, as we design it, for all the items I listed, meets many of the characteristics for a city square. So I think, it might be a matter of, I don't want to say it's semantics, but that space will be designed as we presented it. And in many ways, it's going to function like a city square. If the city square in name were to be north of Southeast 4th Street, they would still have this amazing green spine component linking to the lower Sammamish Commons. So I don't see it as being gypped in any way. They are, they're going to have this wonderful green spine space between blocks 5 and 6.
Okay, thank you. Redirect.
Yes, just a few questions. Let's start with this, where we left off on the city square. I believe you testified, Mr. Zinser, that going into the meeting on June 1st, 2020, the location of the green spine being south or north of 4th Street was a topic. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the space between 5 and 6, as you have it configured, was part of what was under the discussion, correct?
That's correct.
And the city's objection to that space, as far as you can recall, is that it needed to be larger than what's there now, correct?
That's correct.
And by there now, I mean what's proposed between blocks 5 and 6. Okay, so even though the space met the 120-foot wide dimension that was then later provided to you on June 3rd, even though it met that dimension, your understanding coming out of that meeting was that wasn't big enough for the city square, correct?
Correct.
And so you inquired with the city, well, can we put it north of 4th Street? That's another concept under the TCIP, correct?
Correct.
And the city acknowledged that that was another possible location.
Correct.
But you would, I think you said it's a bit of a matter of semantics. If the city wanted to put the label, quote unquote, city square on that area between 5 and 6, that would not change anything that you had to do there.
Correct. Dimensionally, we met the requirements based upon the sketch that we received.
And it has the character of a city square for the reasons you identified.
Yes.
The reason the team felt like it had to look elsewhere was the comment that it needed to be larger, bigger, somehow have a greater dimension.
Correct.
But otherwise, the team would have been okay with that city square location.
Yes.
Okay. So when you say that's not what STCA is proposing, that is a location between blocks in 5 and 6. I think what you said is that's not what's proposed. That's not what was in the June 2020 resubmittal.
Correct.
Okay. The June 2020 resubmittal put it north of 4th Street for the reasons you've just explained.
That's correct.
Okay. I think Mr. Eglick was asking you about the genesis of the exhibit 1029, page 5, which was where you showed how dimensionally this space would meet what was in the Hildy sketch on June 5th.
Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at exhibit 1031, figure 7. 1031, figure 7.
Is that page 9?
Thank you. It's Bates page 9, correct? Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And this shows the area that STCA was prepared to designate as the green spine and the additional open space area that it was prepared to dedicate or convey to the city. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this then was the basis of your drawing in 1031. I'm sorry, 1029, page 5, 1029, page 5, as far as what that space between blocks 5 and 6 could look like.
Correct.
Okay. So this has the label secondary zone, but I think what you're saying is it could function and have the label of a city square without being changed.
Correct. It's defined a little bit differently in this exhibit in terms of the green spine. Again, at this time, we were proposing it as the secondary zone. The diagram where we showed the side by side, we evaluated that based upon the primary zone formula that we received from the city.
Okay, I'd like to look again at Exhibit 35G, page 1. And we looked at this in your earlier testimony, but I want to study it again because this is, I take it, what you included in your June 2020 resubmittal based on the feedback at that June 1st, 2020 meeting with city staff.
That's correct.
And you indicate in the second paragraph that the city staff had agreed that a location north of 4th Street would be acceptable. And then can you read the first sentence of the third paragraph?
STCA will work with the city to identify the most appropriate area for a city square north of Southeast 4th Street.
Okay, and did you ever receive any feedback from the city about that potential location after this submittal?
No.
Any suggestion for a meeting to talk about concepts further?
No.
Okay, and again, the reason you were going north of 4th Street was your understanding that the city wanted a larger space than the 120-foot width dimension.
That's correct.
Okay, I'd like to look at the decision, the UZDB decision on page 26, if Mr. Williams could put that on the screen. And I'm going to use this as a way to get at the 53,000 square foot issue. You see under staff analysis, the first sentence.
Yes.
And you see the city's comment, by failing to provide pedestrian-oriented retail and civic uses on ground floor with office and residential uses above, etc. So I take it the team's understanding was that the city's requirement and the reading of the code was that non-residential ground floor uses would not be allowed in the A1 zone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So whether you had a little coffee shop or cafe or a dry cleaner, that would not affect the bottom line conclusion in this first sentence that in the city's view, non-residential uses are prohibited on the ground floor in the TCA1 zone.
Correct.
Non-residential uses are prohibited.
I'm sorry. Residential uses on the ground floor are prohibited. That was your understanding of the city's view, correct?
Correct.
At least at this time. At the time of the earlier in the time of the pre-application, your understanding was they would be allowed with a 30-foot setback. In fact, under one, is that correct? That was what the pre-application had said.
I object. Okay. There's just an awful lot of leading going on. I don't know what the witnesses is testifying to and what Mr. Roos is testifying to, so I object.
Try to phrase your questions a little more narrowly with less leading. I think everybody's been doing leading.
So help me perhaps explain again, Larry, when you were doing your calculation of the 53,000 square feet that remains available, the 53,000 square feet of commercial area that remains available after blocks 5, 6, and 7, your analysis was that the 53,000 square feet would go in the TCA 1 zone with the assumption that residential ground floor uses would not be allowed?
That's correct for mixed use buildings.
And you were, in your analysis, looking for a way to utilize that 53,000 square feet in the right way throughout the TCA 1 zone. By right way, I mean the most appropriate way. And perhaps explain a little further that concept.
Well, again, similar to the balance that we are achieving with blocks 5 and 6, to program the ground floor uses, along the street with residential above. The other thing, again, not knowing, exactly what those commercial uses might be, there might be an opportunity for an office use above a ground floor retail or office. In that instance, you would have, more commercial stacked on top of itself, which would again exhaust the available commercial square footage. So in all these scenarios, we're looking for, that balance of mix of commercial and residential uses or additional, complementary office uses, if that's programmatically what unfolds, within a pattern that is consistent with what has been established with TRF and our phase 1 submittal. And that's a compact, commercial mixed use pattern.
And did that lead you to a conclusion about the need for townhomes or residential only on the rest of the A1 zone?
It did.
We are going beyond the rebuttal direct testimony. We're going beyond the cross. We're now just covering new old ground.
If I may.
So I'm objecting on that basis. Thank you.
If I may. I believe the hearing examiner asked, what are you going to do when you run out of commercial? What are you going to do when you have no more commercial left, as appears to be what's going to happen? And I'm simply following up on that. What was the plan? What does that mean as far as the balance of the A1 zone?
Objection overruled. Again, I think I've said it several times. I tend to be fairly liberal in topical allowance on rebuttal, cross-examination, etc. So that philosophy is going to remain constant throughout the rest of this hearing. The objection's overruled.
If we continue that pattern of commercial density that's associated with those mix of uses, we would exhaust the remaining commercial square footage within 2 to 4.5 acres of site within the TCA1 zone, which leaves us a pretty large acreage of remaining TCA1 zone property. And it would be our conclusion that that would be developed with a different building type and use that would be predominantly residential to the extent that density was still available. And that, in many ways, as we mentioned earlier, influenced our decision for the townhomes on blocks 3 and 4.
Just one last question. Mr. Eglick, I believe, asked you about be very quick, about the adoption date of the town center plan and the town center development code in relation to the date that the flyover was put together. The town center plan was adopted, do you recall, in what year?
2008.
And the town center development code in what year?
I believe that was 2011.
It's actually 2010.
2010?
Ordinance 2010. A 2010 ordinance.
So both were in effect by the time this flyover video was prepared.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Eglick, any final cross-examination of this rebuttal witness?
Yes. Okay. What? Okay. I'll just go ahead. I guess, can we look at, I can't read that one. It's page 9 of Exhibit 1031, please, Mr. Zinsser. Do you have that?
I would ask that be brought up on the screen, please.
1031.
I don't know if you can read it on the screen. I assume you have do you have a copy of this that you're looking at in addition to what's on the screen?
Which area would you like me to look at?
The yellow area with red lines in the middle. It's labeled green spine kind of horizontally, but then there's yellow area and red lines going north-south.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
What are the little type there read? Can you read it?
Running vertically south to north?
Yeah. Yeah.
The center text reads exclusive public access easement. And then flanking that on either side is non-exclusive public access easement.
What does that mean? What's the difference? What is it there for? What does it mean?
The 12-foot exclusive public access easement would be that zone through that corridor that would be for exclusive public access through the green spine. The non-exclusive public access easement would be 19 feet on either side, and that would be that interface between, public and some of the spill out and private activities that are happening within the adjacent buildings.
Okay, could you, that last part, so I'm clear on that, because this is the area that you're now saying, well, that you could use that as a city square, be just as good. Isn't that what the gist of your testimony was with Mr. Roos?
No, this was set up for a secondary zone scenario. And what we're saying for primary zone scenario, we would be looking at, the larger green dash lines that you see defining that space with a little bit of modification. Again, this was prepared prior to that diagram that we were looking at earlier next to the formula that was provided by the city. So again, this was prepared demonstrating our approach to the secondary zone green spine between blocks 5 and 6.
But I thought your testimony with Mr. Roos just a few moments ago was, well, you could consider this perfectly good city square as well. Am I wrong on that?
The size of the space, yes. Again, this text, these easements that are depicted are based upon the submittal, which was a secondary zone space. So obviously, the text would be, recrafted based upon a primary zone definition of this space.
And you say that's obvious. Is it conveyed to the city someplace in a way that's obvious? Can you point us to that?
We have it highlighted here, and then if we pull back out.
Maybe you misunderstood my question. Was it conveyed to the city somehow that it was obvious that these easements didn't apply if this were used as a primary zone?
This wasn't being considered a primary zone at the time of submittal.
So your testimony here today is this wasn't being considered as a primary zone, but if it is being considered as a primary zone, then ignore the easements. Is that right?
No, we would have to re-examine what these easements are based upon a primary zone approach.
Does that mean they might remain and they might not?
I don't know at this time until we have further conversations about this being a primary zone.
Okay. Then again, could you explain, I think I understood it, but the exclusive public access easement means that's unfettered public access, right?
He's asking for a legal conclusion there.
Well, I'm asking what he meant when he put it on the drawing.
I'll allow it on that clarified basis.
By unfettered, what do you mean by that? I'm sorry.
Unrestricted.
I don't know.
You don't know what you meant when you labeled the easement this way? Is that your testimony?
I don't know if there was restrictions with that.
Okay. Let's look at the outside. It says, do you see where it says non-exclusive public access easement?
Yes.
So maybe we can understand it this way. What's the difference between the area, I think it's yellow, that says exclusive public access easement and the area that says non-exclusive public access easement?
My understanding would be the non-exclusive public access easement would allow for activities within the buildings adjacent to that and spaces adjacent to that to overlap and commingle with a public access. For instance, you know, chairs or tables or furniture elements associated with outdoor dining could extend into that space.
So essentially you put a private restaurant on part of the green spine, is that correct?
Mr. Hearing-Examiner, may I interrupt? Mr. Eglick objected yesterday to Ms. Hildy being tested for memory on various issues. This issue is extremely well stated and described in another document. And I think it's kind of a waste of time for us to be testing Mr. Zinzer's exact memory about a topic that is very well laid out and described in another document. Thank you.
If that was an objection, it sounded more like a hint, but in any event, I think we're entitled to hear, especially after all the leeway that's been given on rebuttal direct of this witness, we're entitled to hear the witness's understanding of what the labels he put on this schematic figure, whatever you want to call it, entail.
Objection overruled.
So I think the question was, Mr. Zinzer, does essentially what you just described means you put a private restaurant on the green spine or part of it. Isn't that correct?
Not exactly. It would be some of the outdoor activities could overlap into that zone.
And would one of those outdoor activities, and I'm not picking on restaurants, I love them, but especially after a year and a half of not being able to go, but would one of those private activities be private restaurants, for example, on the green spine? Overlapping on the green spine?
Outdoor space, yes.
Outdoor space, you mean green spine outdoor space overlapping on that?
There'd be an overlap of outdoor activities associated with building uses. So using restaurants, any outdoor dining tables, chairs, things of that nature could overlap in that zone. It would still be available to the public, but that was sort of that spilling out of uses, businesses that front along the green spine.
So when you I'd have to go back and find it, but when you did your measurements on the exhibit to show how much was available on this secondary zone and how it met the what you said the city had said it wanted on City Square, did you include all the overlap areas?
Yes.
Okay. And there was one other thing you said, and I kind of wanted to clarify this, that the townhomes, did you say that the lots north of 4th influenced the plan for townhomes on blocks 3 and 4, or was it the other way around? That the plan for townhomes on blocks 3 and 4 was influenced by the situation north of 4th? the
remaining commercial square footage was one of the influences for looking at townhomes on blocks 3 and 4.
And if I understand the connection correctly, it's because with townhomes, you don't have to have, or you don't have, any commercial uses. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that then allows you to husband commercial uses for lots north of 4th. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
And that allows you to husband commercial uses for lots north of 4th. That was the idea behind what you just testified to. Is that correct?
Please explain husband uses.
You mean preserve?
Yes, thank you.
Conserve or preserve uses. Save allocation.
That's correct.
Yeah, that kind of, okay.
Thank you for the explanation.
So that would not be a consideration. Well, strike that. So is that's the rationale for townhomes then on 3 and 4, is that you're husbanding, conserving commercial allocation for north of 4th? Is that did I get that chain of logic correct, Lee?
That is one factor that we evaluated. As I mentioned earlier testimony, there were several factors we looked at.
Okay, thank you. No other questions.
Mr. Galt, I have just one redirect question, if I may.
Redirect?
Redirect.
You want to redirect? If you're going to do that, let me ask him a question before you go, because then you'll get a chance to deal with it. Mr. Eglick will too.
Okay.
Mr. Zinsser, would the analysis be different, in your opinion, if the 100,000 square feet of commercial from the A1 zone hadn't been exported to the TRF property in the B zone?
We would go through the same analysis. I think the conclusions would be a bit different.
you. Mr. Roos, you had a couple more questions on redirect.
Redirect, just one. If we could go to Exhibit 35A and put it on the screen so Mr. Zinser can see it.
35A.
And go to page 2. And do you see here, Mr. Zinser, a discussion of the 50-foot, well, the easement in the first paragraph, the easements that you were discussing with Mr. Eglick?
Yes, I do.
And you see the third to the last sentence, the details. Can you start reading from that till the end of the paragraph, the details regarding these?
Yes, the details regarding these two areas will be spelled out in a future public access and use agreement that we will provide in draft form after we have confirmation that the city generally agrees with the concept we are proposing. We note that the proposed green spine width of 50 feet is nearly double the minimum width specified in the town center infrastructure plan for secondary zones.
And then can you go on and read the next paragraph? And first of all, tell me what that 50-foot wide area refers to. The open space beyond the 50-foot wide green spine, what area is that referring to in the next paragraph?
So I'm sorry, you'd like me to read the second paragraph?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm sorry. In addition, we are proposing to grant a public easement for additional open space beyond the 50-foot green spine to be available for other public events and activities, while also allowing for outdoor restaurant dining and seating. The idea is to make the space available for a vibrant mix of both public and private uses, with the details again set forth in the public access and use agreement. We believe this multi-use center will create an exciting core at the heart of our proposal. We look forward to discussing the city's wishes for this public space further as we prepare the agreement.
Okay, thank you. And to your knowledge, did the city ever contact or reach out to STCA to continue these discussions of either the 50-foot wide easement area or the additional open space proposed outside that area?
Not to my knowledge.
The next communication that STCA received was the denial on this topic?
That's correct.
Okay, no further questions.
Mr. Eglick, anything further?
Yes. Could we leave that up, please? Mr. Zinser, did you participate in the preparation of this letter?
No.
So when you were asked by Mr. Roos about what the letter says and so on, this is simply you're just agreeing with what the words say, but it's not something that you had any input into. Is that correct?
Not direct. It was indirect based upon the drawing we were just looking at. I did not craft this letter or provide the narrative.
And is it your testimony that this letter was one that described something that the city had said it would accept?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Well, is it your testimony that the city had indicated, well, if you just describe to us the use of the 50 feet, we don't really care what the use is going to be. We just want a better description, that would be something the city would accept?
I think the intent was to have a continuing dialogue about the green spine, the secondary zone, relative to the public access and use agreement.
But the city had already raised issues, hadn't it, about how the green spine was going to be used as part of your plan? Particularly the secondary zone that we've been looking at.
Yes, they had raised issues.
And to your knowledge, at the time that, and I think the answer is maybe contained in the letter itself, but at the time that this letter was submitted to the city, had a public access and use agreement been prepared in any form that you had seen?
Not to my knowledge.
And as far as you know, had anything been sent to the city that said, here's how it's going to work in black and white?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you. No other questions.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Mr. Zinsser. Appreciate you coming back for today. It is 4:44. It makes sense to me, instead of calling another rebuttal witness and starting in on them and then having our supper break, let's break now for an hour, reconvene at, let's see, we'll call it 4:40. It looks like you want to ask me something, Mr. Eglick. You're leaning forward. So before I say what yes, I better ask.
It's like on Jeopardy, you know, when they're hovering over the button or whatever it is. I was just going to ask, just to be reminded of who the next witness is, please.
Ms. Koloshkova.
Our next witness will be Leif Hermanson.
Okay. It's 4:44. We stand at recess for the supper break until 5:45. We're at recess.
This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you and welcome back. It is 5:45 p.m. on July 19, 2021. This is the beginning of session 32 in the appeal hearing for UZDP 2019-00562. We are ready for a new witness for the appellants in rebuttal. Ms. Koloshkova, looks like you're going to be doing this questioning. And whom will we have?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. I'm bringing Mr. Leif Hermanson, who has already been sworn.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hermanson, you're still under oath.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hermanson. Were you present for the testimony of Ms. Hildy over the last couple business days?
I was.
And do you recall her discussion as to comparing whether any progression was made forward or backward between the original submittal and the first resubmittal in June of 2020?
I do.
And do you agree or disagree with her characterization of comparing those two submittals?
I would disagree.
And could you tell me a little bit more about why you disagree?
Yeah, we can review some of the revisions that we made that we felt brought us closer.
I'll just list them and then maybe we can go back through them if you feel it's relevant.
Sure.
So we had street and road lengths, street designations, parking, LID BMPs, wetlands, future development tracks, and green spine, townhouse layout, and then the city square.
Okay. And were those all of the area? Were there more areas than that that were covered in the resubmittal, or was that?
No, there's other areas that, you know, we don't need to lengthen this already lengthy hearing with talking about, you know, we adjusted fire hydrants or we added this note, or there were lots of little miscellaneous items that were what I would call cleanup or clerical items that we needed to address that we felt as though we took care of.
Okay. So let's start of the list that you gave us. Could you tell us some of the changes you made related to the first topic, which I think you said was street lengths?
Yeah, so this was a significant topic with the department prior to the June 2020 resubmittal. So we reconfigured the road, the proposed street network to meet the 350-foot maximum and 250-foot minimum block length that's required in the town center street design standards. There are two, what I would say, but deviations are never minor, but very minor deviation requests involving 5 or 10 feet, just based on where Fifth is in relation to Fourth and the boundary between the two parcels, kind of setting that road. So that, you know, we really did a lot of work to try to bring those blocks within alignment of the goals of the town center street design standards.
And have you, just to clarify, have you had a chance to review the index to the records and the numbering system assigned to various documents?
Yes.
And could you tell me for what exhibit what exhibit covers the June resubmittal again?
35A.
Okay. And that summarizes it, right? And then
there's, I believe there's A through, that's kind of the summary, but that 35A through like Z, I think, is all that resubmittal.
And where in there were the street and road length, the deviations addressed that you had just mentioned?
Yeah, the two minor deviation requests are exhibit 35I and 35J.
Okay. And any reason, do we need to get into those for your?
I don't think so.
Okay, no problem. So next category that you felt you made progress on.
Street designations.
And tell us about how you felt you made progress there.
Yeah, and this is one that's obviously been talked about quite extensively, but just want to reiterate that we got feedback, and we did move away from a lot of the mixed-use streets that we had previously designated. So we had only 4 small segments that we proposed to keep as mixed use, and this was for specific design reasons. And I know Larry Zinsser testified on a couple as to the parking structure and how that designation impacted those. And then, you know, and then at the end of the day, you know, we did expressly agree to change to pedestrian oriented if required by the department after review of our, you know, our detailed rationale for those not minor, but those few mixed use designations.
And was that the discussion in the cover letter 35A?
Yeah, and I think that's on pages 5 and 6 as I was looking at it.
Next area that you felt you made progress on.
So that was parking. Again, another major component was some comments we received in regards to the loading and parking requirements. And so in response, we added a significant amount of analysis that was done by the Shook Kelly team. And that's exhibit 35G. and I think it's pages 9 through 27. And with the addition of that information, actually the UZDP decision concluded that the information provided that the parking requirements were actually met. And that was in the, I think, pages 19 and 20 of the UZDP decision.
Next category.
LID BMPs. So again, this was the March 2020 comment letter. And review comments requested some additional information regarding our proposed LID BMPs. We provided that requested information, and the decision that we received determined that the requirements in the King County Surface Water Design Manual were met, and that was in the UZDP decision. I believe it was pages 23 and 24.
And okay, next topic area. A few more that you wanted to go through.
Yeah, wetlands. So the first round of review comments requested, again, some additional information relating to the wetlands, information relating to wetlands, sorry, not the wetlands, but relating to wetlands. The consultant team that was in charge of that review provided that information, including an additional site visit. And that's included in Exhibit 35D is that additional information. And this was reviewed by the department's wetland consultant, and then the project was deemed in compliant with all wetland regulations, and that was noted in the UZDP decision pages 14 and 15.
And I think you said next, future development tracks. Yep. Was another area.
Yeah, and I testified a lot to the future development tracks, and I think the bigger point I wanted to make was we had originally shown them in the UZDP application, and based on the comments, we removed those future development tracks, and we're only showing the areas we intended to develop and had plans for, so that we weren't showing just blank blocks, but we were showing all the areas intended to be planned for.
Okay. And the next category?
Green spine. So the city's March 10th letter, we provided some additional details. The initial submittal for the green spine didn't have a lot of details about what was going to be included in the green spine or where the area was. It was just more general in terms of the description of the green spine. So the response was much more detailed in what we were proposing for landscaping, the character of the green spine, specifically between blocks 5 and 6. And that's Exhibit 35A, pages 2 and 3 is the response description to that.
And any more categories?
We had, so two of the bigger ones were the townhouse layouts and then the city square.
Let's start with townhouse, if that's all right.
Yeah, so the original, so we talked originally about the street designations. And so originally the townhouses were all adjacent to mixed use streets, which required a 10-foot setback.
And
so
originally, again, you're still referring to the original application in November, correct?
Yes, sorry, yes, the November original application, not the resubmittal. Within that November submittal, we were showing mixed use streets, and those for townhouses is a 10-foot setback. So with the resubmittal, we changed that designation to pedestrian oriented and then showed the required 30-foot setback. And that is Exhibit 35A, again on page 6. This is the response letter where we discussed this. And then I don't know that the original submittal was included as an exhibit, but the original design companion, sorry, and there's reference in there to those setbacks, but I don't know that we need to go into that detail or look at those. And then I also wanted to clarify, oh, sorry.
When I get
can I?
Sorry, please keep
Am I
going.
good?
I apologize.
Okay.
I was getting an exhibit ready. I'm sorry.
Okay. And then I wanted to clarify in relation to townhouses, there was a lot of back and forth, and it was stated during testimony from city staff that the current application has increased the number of townhomes. And I want to just clarify, because I think that statement is a little misleading. So I wanted to go through the unit counts kind of over the course of the 3 applications. So the very first pre-app submittal that was for the official pre-app, that site plan that was submitted for review by the city contained a total of 114 townhomes, and that was across C, B, and then in the A1 zone. So that was 114 town. Oh,
hang on. When you say C and B, what are you referring to?
Sorry. The town center zoning designations of C and B, which is not a part of this application, but was a part of that original pre-app submittal. So that was 114 townhomes and 10 single family units. Specific to the area included in this application, there were 58 townhomes proposed on that original pre-app site plan in the A1 zone.
When you said pre-app site plan, are you referring to the site plan that you submitted in that became the November submittal, or are you referring to something earlier?
No, that was the one, the official one that became, that we worked, then went back and modified, but then eventually became the November submittal.
Okay, so how many townhomes in the November submittal for the UZDP?
Yeah, so the November 2019 submittal included 90 townhouses, units and 10 single family units, and there were 34 located in the UZDP. So again, I'm pulling in the total townhomes, which includes the Brownstones West application, which again is not a part of this decision or this appeal, but that's kind of the totality of the townhomes in that area. And so specific to this application, the pre-app was 58. The first initial submittal, November 2019, was 34 townhouses.
Okay. And then you ended up with more townhouses in the June resubmittal, right?
Correct. So again,
in the UZDP. Okay.
Yeah, and I'll preface this. So this number is it goes up slightly, and again, this is where I said it was misleading. We had gone back to try to make the block links work, and the original November 2019 submittal included a chicane in the road that pinched blocks 3 and 4, and we actually in the resubmittal, the June 2020 resubmittal, we straightened that road out, so we picked up more area for the townhouses, and that's why it went up from the original submittal of 34 to now 48 in the A1 zone. But the overall townhouse unit count actually went down. So the overall, again, the C zone, B zone, A zone, right now, as of today, contains 82 townhouse units and 10 single family units for a total of 92. There's 48 townhouses as a part of this UZDP application on the A1 zone.
Okay.
That was a lot of numbers. I hope that was clear.
A lot of numbers. Hopefully everybody was taking notes. And are those numbers reflected on the site, or at least for the UZDP? Are those numbers reflected in the narrative documents?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So the examiner will see those, at least for the UZDP, he will see those numbers in 35A. Okay. And then you also said City Square. You had changed that.
Yeah. Again, a big topic and a lot of different discussions on that. And so I wanted just between the different in relation to kind of getting closer, we went into the June 2020 meeting with staff, prepared to place the City Square between blocks 5 and 6. And then based on the outcome of that meeting, we were under the impression that staff wanted a larger area for the city square than what was shown between blocks 5 and 6. So in order to continue moving the project forward, we made the decision to propose the additional space north of 4th that was on property owned entirely by STCA. And it's still our position that this location should be allowed based on the composite scheme 2 and the TCIP. As was noted by Mr. Zinser, while providing this space north of 4th, we also wanted to ensure that the area between blocks 5 and 6 met the city's dimensional expectations for a city square with an average of 120 foot width between Southeast 4th and Southeast 5th Street. And that's exhibit 1029. And that was the one that Larry had pulled up. That was it had the diagram that the city had drawn, and then it had the analysis that Larry and his team had done.
Was that page 5 of 1029?
I don't know if it was page 5, but it was page 5.
Okay.
I believe it was page 5.
Okay, page 5. And could you quickly take a look at exhibit 1015-1015? Was that this? Is that the sketch alone?
That's the sketch. That was the original sketch that then 1029 used that exhibit 1015 and included our own graphic to detail how we met that graphic that's on exhibit 1015.
And again, the exhibit 1015, who provided this sketch to whom?
I believe Kelly Hildy from the city provided that to our team. I'm not sure if it was directly to Mr. Brennan or directly to Mr. Zinser.
Okay, but that's not a sketch that you created.
No.
Okay, so have you been present for the testimony the last few days as to the city's preferences on city square location?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to look at your plans? And I guess, what is your opinion as far as being able to locate the city square if it could be done south of Southeast 4th Street?
Yeah, I think at this point, we want to be clear that based on the measurements and based on the exhibit of 1015, the applicant is prepared, and we believe we can locate city square between blocks 5 and 6 with this average of 120 foot width. And yeah, I don't know that I have anything to add to that. I think that there's been a lot of discussion back and forth, and Larry has said there would need to be some analysis, but based on our initial look at it, we believe that we can make it work on blocks 5 and 6 with, obviously we would need to meet and collaborate with the city to ensure that the uses that they're envisioning for that square would work there. But just based on measurements alone, we feel that we have the area to provide it. We just need to detail the programming, as Larry would say.
Would that also include use agreements?
I would think so, and that's more detail than I think we're ready to get into at this point, but I would imagine that any of the restaurants or commercial spaces would want to utilize that very vibrant space that would be located in that central area. So I would imagine that we would need to come to some agreement as to how restaurants could potentially utilize that space, or a coffee shop, or whatever it may be.
If at all. Okay. So let me turn your attention to then this topic of the right-of-way vacation, if I could.
Yep.
And can you pull up Dean? Is Dean presenter? Can Dean be presenter? Okay. Could you pull up Exhibit 51, page 19? And Mr. Hermanson, could you tell us where you disclosed information, Exhibit 51?
That's it.
Is that the right? Okay.
Yep.
And could you talk to us a little bit about your disclosure as to the right-of-way vacation area?
Yeah, so we got rotated. Oh, yeah, that's going to be in alignment with the.
Yeah.
This is interesting. This is the first time that the system, at least on my screen, has kept your images large size, and the shared screen is this little teeny thing off on the side. Am I the only one seeing it that way?
Yeah, mine I have the 4 active cameras on the top, and then I have a bigger image of the exhibit below it.
Well, maybe I can pull it and make it do something. You keep going.
Okay. I don't want to get into the details of settings and different things, but I think there is a way you can change which one has priority, but I don't want to lead you astray.
I think I didn't touch anything, but it's so small, it's like a postage stamp sitting over there.
You referenced
your testimony.
Maybe they're in your system now.
Okay, and it looks like we've rotated the exhibit so that the print appears to be legible. So if you could provide us some information about what you disclosed on the pre-application submittal.
Yeah. So there's the number 6 that's in the black circle there, denoting block 6, just to not to the page, but to the orientation to north. To the east of that, there's some red dashed lines, and that's the existing right-of-way. And we note there in block 6 that it needs to be vacated by the city. And then also, as you work your way south, adjacent to what is labeled City Square, there's a label down there to be vacated by the city. And again, that area down there has not been planned for, and that we understand that those 2 roads, 225th and what they're labeling New Street C, do not work for intersection spacing, but just wanted to show this exhibit so we can see that we did note at the pre-app stage that that area did need to be vacated and dealt with.
Do you happen to have any information as to why the city would not have just vacated this when it went through and kind of moved around those intersections on Southeast 4th?
I don't, and I think that would certainly be an option when the roundabout locations were set and built, that the city would know that right-of-way was not going to be useful or not going to be used in the current configuration, and could have potentially vacated it without at our request or us needing to get involved.
And would it be possible to, I guess, build a road coming off of Southeast 8th at that right-of-way vacation based on the city's standards related to block lengths?
Southeast
4th. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Based on block length or other code considerations?
No, the angles and the curvature needed to get over there just don't work with where the existing right-of-way is and where the right-of-way or where the roundabout was placed.
Okay. So why, I guess, can you tell us what your plan was, at least as of the pre-application, for addressing this vacation?
Yeah. So it was our position kind of all along from the pre-app through all of the submittals was our intention was to get to a point where we would kind of simultaneously vacate the 30-foot right-of-way that's on block 6. So just now not looking at the pre-app, but dealing just with the UZDP application that's before us, that portion that's on block 6, to vacate that in favor of the 67-foot right-of-way that makes up 225th. So the city would in essence be vacating about 8,500 square feet of area, and our dedication of 225th is about 13,800 square feet. And I didn't have anybody measure that in AutoCAD. I just used available documents to kind of find links and widths and come up with those areas.
Okay. I'm sorry, is the 85,000 the length of that?
8,500.
8,500, excuse me, the length of that right-of-way from Southeast 4th all the way down to the Notch property?
It's the area I didn't want to get into Southeast Fifth and that dedication. So I was literally only measuring the area that needed to be vacated within the block. So block 6 itself. So from 4th, the south right of way of 4th to the north right of way of 5th.
For this UZDP.
For this UZDP, okay. Correct.
Okay.
Excuse me, would you repeat the right-of-way dedication number? 13,000 what?
13,800 square feet.
Thank you.
And did you also show, by the way, the right-of-way information on your, I guess I'd call them more technical plan set that's in the pre-application? There's a set of black and white plans, pardon me.
Yeah, in our UZDP application?
Yes.
Yes, yeah, so it's shown, there's lots of locations where it's shown in the design companion, but it is also shown in our UZDP plan set. It's also shown in the BSP that it accompanied as a separate application. It's shown in there as well.
Okay. Let me also ask you if you were present for questions during city testimony as to the affidavit of ownership.
Yes.
And if you could turn to Exhibit 13A.
Oops. I need or can Dean pull it up, because the binder I have only has 21 through 48. I apologize.
That's no problem. 13A. Okay, do you recognize that exhibit?
Yep.
Okay, could you tell us, have you filled out these affidavit forms before?
Yes, yeah, numerous times.
Okay, and could you tell us the information that you're trying to disclose in these forms?
Yeah, so it's in our filling these out in the past has been to identify the private property that is under development.
Okay, and did you, I guess, deliberately omit right-of-way information from this form?
No, again, in our process, or the way we were thinking about this, was we were applying on the properties that were owned or controlled by STCA or STCA JV1, and that we acknowledged the right-of-way ownership on our drawings, and that area was going to be vacated, or we knew that it needed to be vacated just based on the current configuration of 4th.
Okay. Do you have any particular objection or concern as to the right-of-way, the need for the right-of-way vacation?
No. No.
So have you heard testimony from city witnesses regarding the timing of right-of-way vacation?
Yes.
And have you ever been involved in a project where a right-of-way vacation was required prior to some sort of either general umbrella permit like this, or preliminary entitlement?
Yeah, no, and I know the examiner mentioned it as well, but I have not been asked to preemptively vacate right-of-way before an entitlement, no.
And did the city ever actually tell you you have to either complete the right-of-way or at least initiate it before you can have a chance at getting your UZDP approved? I'm sorry, say that again.
Oh, no.
Okay, there was a bell going off. Can you talk to us a little bit about how you see the timing of the right-of-way vacation working vis-a-vis the UZDP approval process?
Yeah, and I want to make sure I don't know that I was clear on this, that we acknowledged that there was a notation or acknowledgement of the need for the vacation in the pre-app, and And we did show the need to vacate it on the application. And then in the comments that were sent to us in June, there was no request or mention of the vacation in those comments that we received. And so speaking about timing, and this is again my thoughts or my opinion is that it makes sense to come after the UZDP. We don't currently have any definitive requirements for what the dedication area or where the roads need to be, and we won't have that until the UZDP is approved. So again, the UZDP is going to set the circulation routes and where that rededication of the vacated right-of-way needs to occur, so that the council can act on the vacation and then accept the dedication at the same time.
And if you were to go into the council, I guess, if you were going into council before you even submitted a UZDP application, would you be able to tell them how much dedication would be necessary?
No, and then at that point, I guess we would only be requesting the vacation, but that was kind of hinted to earlier of you wouldn't necessarily vacate something until you knew where it was going. There's no sense in removing right of way until you have a definitive place set for it to reappear or move to. And again, I testified to this. It's the distance between that right of way that needs to be vacated and the new right of way is 30 feet.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, let me move your attention to the interim town center street standards and the 2016 public works street standards. Could you please respond to, I guess, the discussion points that were made by the city regarding how, I guess, critique of how you applied the street standards in this project?
Yeah. So there's been a lot of discussion during this hearing about the interim street standards, the 2016 public works standards. With this, the city noted, how big the public works standards is, and I guess in contrast, how small the interim street standards are, and implying that STCA was not trying to meet any of the 2016 standards. So I wanted to clarify that point, or I wanted to clarify the how we were dealing with the two. So the 2010 interim street standards are only in place, or they're the only town center street design standards we have. The idea is that the town center will have a different street look than the rest of the city. The right-of-way widths are different, the sidewalks are different, the landscaping that's incorporated is different. The 2016 public works standards apply citywide and address street design standards, but also other issues such as the report standards for the different engineering reports, construction standards. There's a lot of details in the 2016 standards. And I wanted to just make sure that, just a little bit of background, when the 2016 standards were adopted by the city council, they didn't repeal the 2010 town center interim standards. In fact, there's a provision that says the 2010 standards continue to supplant the street design standards, and that code section's SMC 21B 96010 parentheses 2.
So did you apply the the public works standards for all those areas which are essentially untouched by the town center standards?
Yeah, we felt as though we were definitely in compliance with, again, the bulk of the 2016 public works standards that were related to the project. At this point, again, there's a lot of construction details and things that we didn't necessarily have to be in compliance with at this point, but the relative items in there we felt as though we were in compliance with.
Did you have testified though that there were two, I don't know what you would call them, deviations, modifications, departures from the 2016 standards for this project? Is that right?
Well, those relate to some of the, so in section 9.3, which is related to the alleys, there's a list of things that alleys need to be or cannot be. And there's two specifically that the project as it's currently proposed don't meet. So one would be the ability to have townhouses front a pedestrian trail or pedestrian right-of-way rather than a street right-of-way. And this was done for a very specific purpose of providing an 1.5 acres of additional open space and park. And that's, if we pull up exhibit 35A, I think it's on page 4, or no, I'm sorry, 1031, page 8 is the graphic of what I'm kind of describing.
We're pulling that up on the screen.
And by the by, I found a little gizmo on my screen that let me enlarge the view, so I actually can see them now.
Perfect. I'm always scared to click buttons when I'm on a call.
I was too, but this one worked.
And we're expanding to the right side because I believe
Yeah.
that's what you had used in your testimony before. Does that work?
Yes, yeah, so you can see reorienting ourselves, we've got blocks 1, 2, 3, and 4. Those are the what's comprised of our kind of townhome neighborhood. You have the townhomes that are fronting the mixed use area, but then you have this kind of internal large open space area that our request or our deviation would have been to have that trail be a pedestrian right-of-way and have that qualify those townhouses for frontage instead of being on a street. And this allowed us, instead of having a 67-foot right-of-way run north and south through that area, we were able to provide this large open space, save retained trees. We were using that area for some of our stormwater detention. And that trail is identified, that north-south trail that runs between blocks 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. That trail is identified on city mapping as a key city trail, so providing that connection as well.
And what was the other topic that you were addressing?
So we thought that, so the other one was the ability to have intersections. And so if you go to exhibit 1008, so 1008. So taking this chart, so this is in the interim street design standards. To the right, we have alley service. And as you read down that, each of those sections apply. So like at the start, it's right of way, and then you have to be determines across there, and you work your way down, and then there's grade, minimum 2%, maximum 15, and then that cell goes across all of the different classifications. So we would infer that that requirement is applicable to from minor arterial all the way down to alley service. So if we continue to look at that, continue to work our way down, you see centerline radius for normal crown. And it talks about curves require super elevations. Curves requiring super elevations are not permitted. And then at the bottom it says curves in the same direction shall have a minimum tangent length in between the 2 times the radius, or in between equal to 2 times the radius. So again, that cell goes under minor arterial all the way to alley. So we would then infer based on this instruction that based on the interim town center standards that curves would be allowed in an alley. And then if you work your way down to the very bottom, it talks about street deflection, and it says 5-degree maximum for through intersections, greater than 5 degrees allowable only at stop controlled intersections with vehicle turning analysis. And again, that cell goes from minor arterial all the way to alleys. So again, we would infer based on this street deflection that, and this instruction that a 5-degree maximum for through intersections, that alleys would be allowed to have intersections based on this guidance. And it was a key aspect to the design that we presented to get these units to front onto this large open space that would be, you know, a great gathering space for those communities, but it also has the public trail through, so you'd be pulling residents through there as well. Yeah, I think that's covers that.
Do the departures that you've talked about, to the best of your knowledge, have any bearing on fire safety issues?
No, and again, this gets back to that the comment about the width, that again, you know, when we're going through these big projects and we're getting these comments, you know, I'll say that was a misread on our design teams, that we read it as though they were asking for the 20-foot tract, which we were providing, not the pavement width. And that again is a very easy fix to increase that width. And we were showing the curvature that meets fire standards. So we felt as though if we had increased that 4-foot width, so the pavement width was 20 feet, that our alley design would be fully in compliance with the International Fire Code.
Okay. And did you, along the topic of fire safety, were you present for testimony related to a hose pull length issue?
Yeah, I think I caused that confusion.
I guess, do you recall seeing that listed as an issue of concern in the decision?
No, and just to clarify, we were never asked to actually pull together a hose pull exhibit. So the two drawings I referenced in my earlier testimony are drawings that show fire hydrant coverage for commercial buildings, which is 150 feet. So as I was looking at it, those were the green circles on page 18 of exhibit 35P. So those are 150 feet. And those show complete coverage for fire hydrants for the commercial buildings. And then the residential building requirement is 300 feet. And that was on the previous page 17. And I don't know if I said the distance, but that distance for residential buildings is 300 feet. And those circles on that page show that we have fire hydrant coverage for the residential portion. So if you look at the composite drawing, all of the buildings have coverage, have complete fire hydrant coverage for all of the residential buildings in the Brownstones East plat, and then also the commercial buildings. And the graphics were not in the original application, the November 2019 application. These graphics were not included in that. We did get comments on our plan sheets from the fire department to add these. And so the addition of these 2 pages was in a direct response to the fire department. And again, to date, we have not been asked to perform a hose pull exhibit for this project.
Great. Thank you. That concludes my questions for you, Mr. Hermanson.
Okay.
Mr. Eglick, do you wish to cross-examine?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Hermanson, we've talked before, so I won't introduce myself again, but so you said you haven't been asked to do a hose pull exhibit. Have you done a hose pull figure or schematic, whatever you call it?
For this project, no.
Okay. And would you agree that the hose pull standard is a safety standard?
If our alleys do not function, this is my understanding, if our alleys do not function as emergency vehicle roads at 20 foot of width, then we would have to provide a hose pull exhibit.
I don't think that was a question I asked you, though. Could you please answer the question I asked? Would you agree that the hose pull standard is a safety standard?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So let me go back to some of the exhibits you talked about. Okay, could you look at Exhibit 13A, please?
Yes. Dean, can you pull that up again? The room I'm in doesn't have the binder with 13A. Dean, can you pull that up? Please. Thank you.
How about page 2 of 13A? Okay, you see the top of the page where it says owner hereby certifies that owner is the legal owner of the project property described above and is legally entitled to acquire permits and approvals for the project. Do you see that?
Yep.
Now, this is an affidavit. Your understanding is, I assume that you signed this under penalty of perjury. Is that correct?
I don't believe, if we scroll down so I can see the signature, I don't believe I signed this.
No, I know. I said in general, an affidavit is signed under.
I misunderstood. Yes.
But you were quick to point out you didn't sign it. Is that correct?
I did not sign it, no.
Now, if it were filled out the way this one is, the top of page 2 and so on, with that box checked with the certification, is it your testimony that you would have signed it?
Yes.
Right. So in other words, you would have certified that STCA was the legal owner of the project property described in the plans.
As described above. So the parcels included in the application above are the parcels that are owned by the project team. So as this is worded, yes, I would sign it.
Okay. And the reason you say as this is worded is because, in fact, you knew and you still know that the right-of-way is owned by the city. Is that correct?
The right-of-way is owned, oh, sorry.
I was just going to ask, are the legal descriptions actually printed in this exhibit? I don't recall.
If we looked at page 3, you'd see the parcels being discussed.
Because what I'm wondering, a lot of legals will say excluding right-of-way dedicated per blah, 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 blah. And I'm just wondering, is that in the legal description of the property that's affected by the 30-foot right-of-way?
This affidavit, sorry, do you want
That's
me to?
okay. Please help me out.
So this affidavit is specific to the 5 parcels that are controlled by STCA or STCA JV1.
That are in the UZDP.
That are in the UZDP, correct.
Okay. You described I guess I'd call it a supposition that the city council wouldn't want to address a vacation of the right-of-way without knowing what the rededication would be. Was that, in essence, what you were saying?
Yes.
And can you tell us who you spoke with in the city who told you that that was the case?
Again, after the pre-application conference note, we haven't had any other communication from the city regarding the dedication. So we haven't, again, this is what we're working under as our assumptions, but we haven't, because it wasn't brought up in our review comments, we haven't had any further discussions with the city.
Is it your testimony that the city never brought up in its early review comments the need for a street vacation?
In the pre-app, yes.
When you say in the pre-app, yes, you mean the city told you in the pre-app that you needed a street vacation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you're saying that after that, you didn't follow up. Is that correct?
We continued to show the dedication that needed to occur and noted that it was there and needed to be dealt with, and didn't get any further direction from staff as to when or how they wanted to process that vacation.
So the answer then that you didn't follow up, is that correct?
Neither party followed up.
Well, I'm asking about your party, sir.
Objection, we're getting a little argumentative. I think he answered the question now.
Because the witness is not simply answering the question.
No. Objection sustained.
Okay, let me try it another way, Mr. Hermanson. When, if ever, did you talk with anyone in the city about the need for a street vacation on the right-of-way after you received the pre-app comment?
We did not.
Okay. And is there anything that you know of, and I understand you're an engineer, not a lawyer, but in your experience, is there anything that you know of that says that a right-of-way vacation must be accompanied by a rededication?
And can I clarify, I'm not an engineer, urban planner. So I just want to make sure for the record, I'm not an engineer, and I have not proclaimed to be an engineer.
Okay, even better or worse, I don't know. Anyway, question is the same.
Can you repeat it? Sorry, I wanted to make sure I got that clarification in there, and I lost.
Yeah, the question is, I'm sorry. The question is, understand I guess now I understand, or I'm reminded you're a planner, not a lawyer. Is there anything you know of that says, well, you can't pursue a right-of-way if you don't have a rededication plan?
No.
And did you ever tell the city, and if so, I'll ask you to point out where, we're not pursuing a vacation because we don't have a rededication plan?
No.
Okay. You went over some stats. I'm going to pursue this because I think you said that you thought what the city had testified to was a little bit, I forget the word used, was it misleading, deceptive, was some word like that with regard to the kind of stats on townhomes. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
I
think I used the word misleading.
Okay. So let me go over what your testimony was to see if I can kind of understand where you're coming from on this. The stat I wrote down was that in the pre-app, there were 58 townhomes. Did I write that down right?
In the A1 zone, correct.
Okay. And then you said in November there were 34.
Correct. In the A1
and
zone.
What was
correct.
that in? In the A1 zone.
Yep.
And then you said in June there were 48.
In the A1 zone, correct.
Okay. So that looks like it. Is it your testimony that overall then in terms of this UZDP, the number of this UZDP application, the number of townhomes went down? Is that your testimony?
So I clarified during my testimony that the area included or available for the townhouses changed between the between the original submittal and the resubmittal. So the original submittal included a curvature to the north-south road that is 224th, and that area pinched or reduced the area that the townhouses were sitting on. Our subsequent resubmittal straightened that road and created a larger area for 224. So that's why I was saying it. Not misleading might have been the wrong term, but we weren't comparing apples and oranges because the original submittal didn't have the same area available for townhouses as the resubmittal did. And that's why it went from 34 to 48.
Okay, and you're talking about now when you say it went from 34 to 48, is that in the A1 zone or in the specific UZDP area?
That would be the one and the same.
Okay. So would you agree then that the testimony, I think you're referring to testimony by Mr. Hankins, was not misleading, was it?
And I think, and I just corrected that to say that it was, I wanted to make sure that we were comparing apples and apples and not apples and oranges. So it was In my recollection, it was simply stated that the townhouses increased. And I wanted to make sure we got on record why that number increased. It wasn't just because we crammed more townhouses in, it was that we had more available area to us to place townhomes.
And all that area you're referring to, that accounts for all the increase in townhomes, every single one?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. None were just added apart from the increase in area.
I don't know that I followed that exact line. Could you rephrase that?
Okay, well, how many townhomes were added specifically due to what you're describing as an increase in area?
I would say all of them.
Okay, so from 34 to 48 was all due to an increase in area.
Correct.
Okay, and when that area increased, was there consideration on your part to a mixed-use development rather than townhomes?
Not on my part, no.
Okay. Do you know, maybe you're the planner, so maybe you're the person to ask.
I was going to make a joke about color crayons, but I'll leave it to later.
About what?
I was going to make a joke about color crayons. That's what they tell me I'm an expert in my office is color crayons. So.
Oh, you mean CRAYONS?
Yep.
Oh. I didn't know what you were saying because I pronounce it crayons, but that may just be idiosyncratic. Oh. In any event. There's at least one building in this UZDP that will have commercial on the second and third floors, right?
Block 7, yes.
And what does it have on the first floor?
I believe it's commercial. Specifically, I don't know. I believe it's commercial. It is commercial, but a specific use, I don't know the answer to that question.
So, were you here for the testimony from Mr. Zinsser about, the commercial allocation and how much was available and so on?
Yes.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. We're beyond the rebuttal testimony, and the purpose of rebuttal testimony, of course, is to be relatively limited, and this witness is simply not brought or prepared to talk about commercial square footage allocations. Mr. Eglick had the opportunity on prior witness.
I'm going to give you the same answer I gave Mr. Eglick several times this afternoon. Short answer is overruled. Explanation is pretty much the same as what I've said before.
Okay, so Mr. Hermanson, so you said block 7 was a building that had commercial on all of its floors. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
And do you know what the approximate square footage is of a floor in block 7?
Not off the top of my head, I do not.
And can counsel?
Well, let me ask you.
Counsel, I'm so
sorry. Are you asking a question?
Yes, we haven't, I guess counsel's talking about commercial. Are you talking about all types of commercial, counsel, or are you segmenting those out in any way, like office, retail, commercial, restaurant, etc.?
I think he's trying to get Mr. Hermanson to fill in those blanks for him, and Mr. Hermanson says he doesn't know. Am I right, Mr. Eglick?
More or less.
So are you objecting, Ms. Koloshkova? Or just curious?
I think if he's just asking about general commercial and not clarifying what types of commercial, then I guess he can ask generally.
We don't even know where it's going yet. I will assume that was not an objection. Mr. Eglick, you can continue.
Right. I'm just wondering, what's the difference between your responsibilities as a land use planner, or is it a planner, land use planner? What's your title again for this project?
Well, on my side, I'm the project manager for my company or my team, which is survey, civil engineer, landscape architecture, and then myself as a planner.
Okay. So, but you don't, naming all those categories, you don't have any idea what the square footage is on a floor of a Block 7 building?
I don't. So typically in this instance, the Shook Kelly team was definitely responsible for blocks 5 through 7. We worked through some of the road configuration to make sure that those were in compliance, and then our team, or my focus, was more on the layout of the townhomes and how those oriented. So I didn't have a lot of involvement in the development of blocks 5 through 7.
Well, let me then ask you about the townhome blocks, which I think are 3 and 4. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so is there some reason that you know of why you couldn't take the commercial uses that are present in building in Block 7 and put them on the ground floor of a mixed-use building on Blocks 3 and 4?
So I'm going to rely on the expertise of Mr. Zinsser, and it was noted from him that the cost to build a mixed-use building on blocks 3 and 4 with the associated underground parking was not feasible.
And would that be underground parking that would be different than if you were building a building on Block 7 that was as been proposed?
I'm going to answer yes, but you're getting a little bit outside of my expertise. I think that Mr. Zinsser testified that the commercial aspects of those 2 blocks and then the associated residential of blocks 5 and 7 or 5 and 6 support the construction of those 2 parking garages.
Right, and what I'm asking you is, do you know of anything that would preclude spreading the commercial on the ground floor, for example, to the ground floor, for example, in blocks 3 and 4, and building a mixed-use building above, so that all the commercial was not concentrated, for example, in the building in Block 7?
I'm
Do you know anything
checked.
that
I
would
think we've been
preclude
over
that?
this territory now. I think it's asked and answered.
One at a time here. Had you finished asking your question first?
I had, yes, just finished.
Okay. And now you're objecting?
Yes, I believe we've already asked and answered this question, and I think it's a little dangerous where the witness has already testified that this is getting outside of his scope.
Well, the witness can tell me that, but I don't know that it is getting outside his scope.
Okay.
We'll let him be the decider. We'll let him be the decider of what's outside his scope.
I didn't want to jump in between 2 lawyers. Since we made a planning joke earlier, I'll make an attorney joke. I didn't want to jump in between 2 attorneys, but I was going to say before the objections was that I'm not an expert in the commercial allocation or the dollars or how those things translate to construction costs. So that is definitely not something I'm comfortable answering.
I guess I'll ask you to not answer the question in terms of construction cost, but in terms of the expertise that you and your firm bring. Is there some factor that you know of why that wouldn't be possible?
Can you get a little bit more specific with the term factor? I'm not sure. We were talking about
reason.
Can you rephrase that?
Is there some reason that you're aware of, based on your knowledge of the project and your expertise and your firm's expertise, why a mixed-use building could not be built on blocks 3 and 4 that would incorporate on the ground floor commercial uses that are now, I don't know whether the word is program, plan, slated, hypothesized for Block 7, for example?
I don't know that I'm comfortable answering that because we don't deal with the allocation or any of the aspects related to the commercial portion of this project. That's outside of the scope of my company's involvement.
When you were given responsibility, I think you said for blocks 3 and 4. Is that right?
Yes.
That's what your responsibility was? How did you decide what was going to be constructed on blocks 3 and 4?
We were asked to look at townhouse layouts for those blocks 3 and 4.
Were you asked to look at any other potential layouts for blocks 3 and 4?
No.
Okay, I think you testified that we believe we can make it work on blocks 5 and 6. We feel we have the area to provide it, but we haven't decided on the programming, something like that. Do you recall that? And I assume that was with regard to the city square?
I was glad you added that last because I was going to ask for clarification as to what the its were referring to in your what you were reading. Yes.
And when you say the program would have to be decided, the programming, or words to that effect, I don't want to claim that that's an exact quote, but